Let's call the meeting to order and get a roll call, please.
Can we hit record?
Don't think we're yet.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the November 4th, 2025 regular city council meeting. Let's have a roll call if we could, please.
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
All right, we'll change this. So if there's no one here to comment on closed session, anyone online? Don't see anybody. So we'll proceed to closed session and come back here at 6 p.m. for the reception and then our regular meeting.
Recording stopped.
multicultural
Recording in
festival,
progress.
getting ready for the all-inclusive playground reveal day and all the things going into that. And other festivals like our 50th anniversary, which was a great success. And they're going to talk about that. So let me just kick it off. And thank you everyone for coming to this reception to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the city of Marina since 1975. And my name is Bruce Delgado. I serve as the mayor. And we have council member Brian McCarthy, Jenny McAdams. Can you raise your hand? There's Jenny. And we have council member Kathy Biala coming up to the dais. And all the way from Holland, we have Elizabeth Fisher and her brother, which is really all the way from Holland over there. So thank you everyone for being here. Our city attorney, Renee Ortega, behind me on my right. And then here comes our city manager, Lane Long. Our IT professional is also our fire chief, Doug McCowan. His IT assistant is Belinda Varela. She is our human resources department director. And next to her, we have Guido Persicone. Did I say that right, Guido? Cone. He's from Italy. And he's our community development department director. And Randy Hopkins, he's also from Italy. He's our police chief. Tori, what's your last name? I'm sorry? I can't hear you. Hannah, Tori Hannah is our finance director. So she handles all the money. And all of your potholes are the fault of our public works director, Ishmael Hernandez. My fault is the potholes. The improving streets are his credit or his fault. That's right. Thank you, Cheryl, for correcting me. I got confused there for a minute. And Syra is the one who helped put all this together. And what's your last name? Say again.
Kaburgan.
I have some homework to do. So we'll turn it over to the Recreation and Cultural Services staff. And thanks again, everyone, for being here.
Hi, my name is Dre Diallo. So tonight we're just going to review a video of our 50th and just see how much fun we had that day. And I have Amanda, our special event specialist here, just give a little blurb out to everyone about the 50th.
Yeah, so the 50th anniversary was a lot of fun. I think a lot of you guys were there. We had live music, a beer and wine garden, local vendors. Most of our vendors were Marina-based businesses, so that was really fun to be able to just support local and celebrate Marina as being 50 years old, which is crazy to think about. So good.
That was
Thank you,
just
Amanda, Dre.
a nice recap. And I just wanted to let everyone know that you can still purchase your Marina merchandise if you scan the QR code. You can also receive 50% off if you purchase 3 or more items in one shopping cart. So enjoy that. That's going to go until the end of November. And then the 50% off discount code is right here. So we'll have that in the back there. Thank you.
Okay, so council members are going to be
either very busy or we're just going to ask you to come down the first time to take photos and then probably stay down here because we'll be taking a lot of photos. So come on down in just a few minutes. All right. So our next piece of tonight's program is to remember that those of us who are on city council now are only temporarily here. And we come after 50 years of others who sat in these chairs. And there'll be hopefully hundreds of years more when other people will come after us. But for today, we want to recognize and honor all those past city council members. And as most of you probably know, those council members from the past started out as volunteers, went through the different volunteer commissions like the Planning Commission or the Economic Development Commission. Then they ran for office. Maybe they won, maybe they lost. They ran again. Then once they were on city council, maybe they ran for re-election. So it's for some, it's an adult commitment that can span decades. And so we want to honor those who've done so much for us to follow in their footsteps and try to keep the momentum going. Mayor Jim Perrine, are you here? He came to our 50th anniversary. I think he was mayor from 1998 to 2002, just after Jim Volselka. Howard Gustafson, probably one of our longest running council members. Howard, are you here? So Howard was, I think, for 12 years on city council. Christina Medina Dirksen, you're here with your two daughters, Vivi and Ruby and Essa. Vivi's not here. Okay. And your husband, Doug. And Christina Medina Dirksen was a fantastic city councilwoman very recently before she got a job with Kaiser and needed to resign as city council member. And we miss you. Thank you for all you did and for all your, it's just great having your family in Marina. All right. And then David Brown, former council member, David Brown. And was that 2008 to 2016? 2008. So 8 years up here. That was a busy time. David Burnett. I saw him earlier yesterday. Don't see him here. David also, I think, served 2 terms. Same time that David Brown was here. We had a couple Davids. Nancy Amadeo, are you here? She's usually here often during the year, but didn't make it tonight. She's one of our more active city council members. Since she was no longer on city council, she has stayed very active in many, many ways in the city as a volunteer. And we really appreciate all that Nancy Amadeo has contributed to our city. All right. So David and Christina, if you could come on up, and city council, if you could come on down. And city manager and city attorney, if you could join us. We're going to take a photograph with David and Christina. Okay. We can keep the program going because now Nancy Amadeo has arrived in the house. There's Nancy. Last time I saw her, I could hardly recognize her. She had some kind of a mask on at Halloween, helping all the kids do artwork at Los Arblos Sports Complex field. Okay. Okay, let's give it up for our representative. And thank you to all the mayors and city council people in the 50 years since we've been a city. And so many of you here today who probably will be up on the dais sometime in the near future. Doug's going to run for office next. Is it mayor or city council? Supervisor. Thank you, Nancy, for all that you continue to do with all the hands. So now, city council, you can stay up.
We can sit down. Okay. You haven't transitioned yet.
So we have something special to do that I didn't envision we were going to do until Peter Lay. I think it was his decision. Was it his idea? So I think Peter got on social media, got on email and said, hey, we need to honor people who have been here for 50 years. So let's try to find folks that have been here 50 years. And so we're going to have a really special piece here. I also wanted to mention that one thing we're not doing is honoring the businesses that have been here for 50 years. And that would be a nice piece too, but maybe at the 100th anniversary, we'll do that. But just a couple of examples. The Knopf family has been running the Calgary Church for over 50 years. Tim Knopf and then his son, Tim Jr. Anyway, Jr. is running it now. I'm not sure if his first name is the same as his dad. They might both be named Tim, but I'm not sure. But anyway, the Knopf family has been running the Calgary Church since before we were a city. And then a little business in town that grooms your dog and cuts their nails named Perfect Pets or Picture Perfect has been there in Marina grooming your dog's nails and bodies for over 50 years in Marina. And then another special shout out, not a 50-year shout out, but a 15-year shout out because it's extraordinary. The clothing I'm wearing, I bought at a small town called India Fashion Trend next to CVS, next to Picture Perfect, close anyway. And Kamlesh Rana, who owns it and runs it, works there 7 days a week. She's done that for 15 years. I don't know anyone else that works 7 days a week, even for 1 week, but I'm sure that happens. Your workload gets heavy and you might work a couple weeks in a row without a day off. But for 15 years, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., she's been in that store. It changed from one side of the parking lot to the other, but the business has been in that shopping center for 15 years, open 7 days a week, only run by Kamlesh. She never had a staff help her. So remember the local businesses, whether they've been here for 50 years or 5 years, they take all the risk, all the liability. They put in all that work to be in a concrete shell, basically, to provide us services so they can try to eke out a living. So do all your shopping local when you have an option to do that. And say hi to Kamlesh Rana and Laura and Ben at Picture Perfect. And if you're Baptist, then say hi to the Knopf family when you go there. But they're really active in the community. They're around. So say hi to them at the farmer's market. They went to the 50th anniversary. At least Mr. Knopf did. It was good to see him. But tonight, we're here to honor those individuals, those residents who chose Marina before we were a city. And Ingrid Bress, can you come up? Okay. So that's what she does. She's the lead for the senior center as a volunteer, taking on the sewing, the quilting, the knitting, and the crochet group that is there every Thursday. Every Thursday. So thank you, Ingrid. We wish you could have been here today, but you'll be presented your bennies at your station across the street this Thursday. Liz Billingsley, I didn't see her come in. She was set to be here, but we all have good days and bad days, and we hope that Liz is doing okay. She's been a long-term volunteer all over our city, including the American Legion, the Veterans Center, and Friends of the Marina Library. Liz is a part of our heart and soul here in Marina. She has been for a long time, 50 years plus.
I saw her Sunday. She was at the commissary and dancing a jig. She is recovering from a cold, but has as much energy as ever. So,
all right, Liz, our thoughts and appreciation go out to you tonight. Kathy Corpus, come on up, Kathy. I just saw her, Kathy, yesterday at Los Arbos Middle School, and I thought, does she work here? And I asked her today, what were you doing at the middle school? She said, for about 11 years, I've been there every day as a volunteer. She's also been an active member for St. Jude's Church. She's a catechism teacher and continues to sing in the choir while also volunteering at Los Arbos Middle School. So let's give it up for Kathy. Kathy, what do you think about Marina?
I like it.
What's great about Marina?
It's growing.
What do you think about our new police chief?
It's good.
He's good. All right. So what we're going to do with Kathy and the others is we're going to take a photo just with Kathy And then we're going to ask her to sit down over here. And then when all the residents come up, we'll take one at the end. So with each resident being appreciated tonight, we're going to take a group photo just with them. All right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Now we have certificates. So we like you to hold that if you would, Kathy. Kathy, what year did you move to Marina?
When I was a baby, like 6 months old.
6 months old. Do you want to tell us what year that was? Do you want to tell us what decade it was? At least 1975. Thank you. So yeah, if you want to just wait for us over there, we'll call you back up in a minute. And I want to give a shout out to two people, my partner, Angie, and my mom, Corrine. Mom has been here for 96 years on planet Earth. It was kind of funny because her birthday was the same day we had the 50th anniversary street party, block party. So I was telling her, yeah, Mom, it took us a year to plan for your birthday party. But she would not stop dancing. So she had a great time. All right. That's both bad news and good news. But her plan is to live to 102. So we get 6 more years of fun out of my mom. All right. Next up is Johnny Eugenio. And if he's only been here for 50 years, I'll be surprised because it does seem like he's been here a long, long time. He's done a lot for our city, including being one of the first ever Marina Little League All-Stars in 1975. So he was already an All-Star. Marina Reserve Officer. He won Officer of the Year here in Marina in 1988. Director, Board of Directors for the Marina Chamber of Commerce, the Asian Community of Marina, the Korean American Association of Monterey County, Filipino Community Club of Marina. How many nationalities are you? Here we are, folks. Our local Korean, Filipino. Oh, I guess that's all, huh?
That's it.
And you put it all together and you have the Asian Community of Marina, which he also is part of, and Knights of Columbus. Inaugural, he won just last year, I think, the inaugural Heart of Marina Award for community contributions at the, was it the Taste of Marina where they gave the awards? What award ceremony was that? Marina Chamber of Commerce Award ceremony dinner. That was last year, 2024. It was great to see Johnny being awarded as a businessman because he's also been a businessman here in Marina, in insurance, and what else? He was also a steward for which airline?
Alaska Airlines.
Alaska Airline. So he's still a jet setter, runs around the world. He's a golf. Tell us a little bit about your golf.
Oh, I'm a golf caddy at Pebble Beach too. So, and I teach golf. So that's what I love to do.
Yeah.
Golf is one of the things that brings everybody together, especially this whole community.
But his claim to fame, his real claim to fame, his number one claim to fame is that he's a very ardent Dodger fan. He's one of those guys that goes down to their games. Did you see a World Series game in person this year?
Not this year because I had hip surgery, but last year I did.
All right. Anyway, Johnny Eugenio. Let's hear it for Johnny. These certificates, Johnny, why don't you read this out? This is Johnny talking about himself.
In recognition of more than 50 years of steadfast dedication, service, and love for the city of Marina, your enduring presence and contributions have enriched the fabric of our community, strengthened its spirit, and helped shape the city we proudly call home. With sincere appreciation and gratitude from the city of Marina on its 50th anniversary.
Presented to Johnny Eugenio, City of Marina Certificate of Recognition.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, yeah.
Now it's here in 1966. Now love Marina and it's growing.
So tell us one thing you like most about Marina.
The diversity. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. They've got every nationality in this city, and it's a city that it comes together, and we all get along. I love it.
Thank you, Johnny. We all get along because of people like you. Thanks for all you do for our city. Okay. Von Ein Lay, come on up. So she's been here since before we were a city. We were talking earlier. I forgot what year she said she got here. But anyway, Von's been wonderful for our city, and her partner in life is Peter Lay, who's also been giving a lot to himself to the city. And she actually contributed a lot to the coming to town and the construction of the Marina Library. Tell us a little bit about what you did for the library.
Well, my mom served as a volunteer. So even when she retired, she even took time to teach classes, especially Vietnamese, to the Vietnamese community, and make sure that the children who was born here learned the Vietnamese language.
So what
So
was your mom's name?
Kim Thoa Vu.
Kim Thoa Vu.
Yes. Yeah, she passed away 10 years ago. Yes. So even rain or shine, she would try to come to the library and sat there, waited for the children to come and to teach. And I followed her path and became a teacher myself. Yes.
How long have you been in Marina, and what do you like? What do you think is great about Marina?
I love the diversity, just like John just said. There's lots of cultures, and when I first came, I felt the warmth, and I've never left. Even my children now went away, and they wanted me to follow them. I said no. I came in 1975 when Marina was still village. We came as Marina Village, and I love it. And there was only one traffic signal light. And I kept telling people who came here, said, just follow that traffic light and then make a left turn, right turn. And then I forgot, now we have so many traffic signals. So it was hard for them. But I love Marina because people were so kind. And I remember as a refugee, when I came, I didn't speak a word of English. And I used to hitchhike to go to community college. And everybody helped me. You know, some person even said, I was on my way there, I'll take you all the way to school. So every morning I went to school and I hitchhiked, and now I don't feel comfortable for my children to do that anymore. But it was so nice when I came in 1975.
Well, thank you. Is your first name Von or Van? Vanna. And is your last name L-E? Is it Lay or Lee? Lay. So Vanna Ein Lay.
Yes.
Thank you for all you've done for our city, and thank you for being part of it. Stanette, are you in the house? Well, please wish her the best for us. I've heard tonight that Steve Williams is also in the hospital tonight, and we're going to talk to his mom here in just a moment. But anyway, Elisa Smith, she not here tonight? I haven't seen her. Okay. Well, our thoughts and appreciation go out to Elisa Smith for over 30 years of civil service. She's been supporting our schools, church programs, Filipino American Club, and known to the community for her care and compassion and her community spirit. Thank you, Elise Smith. And Stanette, who I just briefly mentioned, her last name is Rizakuret. Can someone say it? Rizakuret? I'm sorry? Shakirat. What she did was she's been really involved with Marina Little League. She's been an active member at St. Jude's, doing the activities there, and she's arranged for the employer to purchase uniforms for the Marina Police Department's Explorer Scout program as long ago as 1977. So that was Stanette, who can't be with us tonight. All right. So They always save the best for last. And tonight, the best for us is Sarah Williams. Come on up, Sarah. I have to be nice to Sarah and try to make up for all the times I could not remember her name. Your name is Sarah, and I'm not going to remember what I normally call you because I'll get confused. But thank you, Sarah, for being part of Marina. And Sarah is a representative tonight of the Breakfast Ladies who ran the Breakfast Club, who at 6 a.m. every school day, those 4 ladies, and they're all here tonight, would show up at the teen center and make hot food and cold food for up to 200 students, usually about 150 to 200 students every day for how many years?
I did 4 years,
4 years.
11 years, 12 or 13 years.
13 years.
Yeah.
And Liz Billingsley was one of the 4. So Jeannie and Cheryl, can you just stand up so we can see you? And I know Jeannie is.
Started at there.
It's a unique contribution when you are like in the grandmother role to all those children. And every day they're coming to you to have breakfast, and they stick the sandwiches and potato chips in their pocket when they go to school. After breakfast, they have something to eat at lunch. Some of them, that was the only food they got, was what they got from the Breakfast Ladies. And then they got it from someone who was warm and kind, like a grandmother. So you just couldn't do better than be a teen in the teen center on those years when these ladies were there every single morning and starting at 6 a.m. And Sarah was one of them. So thank you, Sarah. She also provides meals. Well, that's what she did. And she's also been an active volunteer at the Marina Rotary Club, the Thomas Carmen Food Pantry, Marina High School Athletics, and the American Legion Auxiliary. So we thank you very much, Sarah. How long have you been here, and what do you think is great about Marina?
I moved here in 1965, raised 4 boys here, and it's a wonderful community and a lot of lovely friends and people.
And who came with you tonight?
My daughter-in-law Debbie, my granddaughter Chrissy, and my great-granddaughter Giselle, and then my grandson Nathan.
And I got to know her son, Steve Williams, pretty well because he was in the Marina Volunteer Fire Department. And before I ever showed up in Marina, he was on the volunteer fire crew. And then after the volunteer fire crew no longer was responding to calls, Steve was still president of the Marina Volunteer Firefighters Association. And he would raise money to with the Boy Scouts and give that money to many different community causes and help the Boy Scouts raise money for their Eagle Scout projects and such like that. So Steve has taken after his mother, and he would be here tonight, I'm sure, if he wasn't ill in the hospital. So thank you for bringing so many wonderful people into the world. Okay, now, rest of you come up. Sarah's saying that her son Steve is not with us tonight, and Johnny were good friends for a long time. All right, Nancy, if you can join us, and David Brown, can you come on up again? And Christina. We're gonna take 1 or 2 photos here, then we're gonna ask the families to join us. Doug and the girls, Ruby. Mariessa. All the Williams gang, come on up. Come on. Anybody related to our heroes here?
Come in the middle, come on in the middle, guys. Come on to the middle, some of the guys. Come on, Nate, come on over, Nate. Let's get it for, people.
You're gonna have to scoot over a little more.
Just a little bit here on the side. Pretend we're skinny. Great.
So these are the kind of people that make a community great. This is our representative, Harold. Harold is
And there's like two people in the house that haven't been here 50 years, but this is a special year for them. Valerie Jensen and Steve Nui. Can you two stand up? Valerie and Steve. So this is Woman of the Year, and this is Man of the Year for the City of Marina, Steve Lee and Valerie Jensen. Okay, now we're going to ask Taylor, who's representing Jimmy Panetta, to come on up. She has a certificate to present. And Wendy Root asked you, are you in the house? Wendy will come up right after Taylor.
Hello. Oh, yes. Hello, my name is Taylor Davis. I'm here on behalf of Congressman Jimmy Panetta. I'm his congressional aide and his veterans aide. So any veterans who need assistance can always reach out to me. But I wanted to be here on his behalf since he couldn't to celebrate Marina's 50th. From our beautiful coastline to our vibrant neighborhoods and the hardworking small business owners to the educators and public servants who keep this city moving forward, Marina represents the best of what our region stands for. Congressman Panetta has been proud to represent Marina in Congress and to advocate for the values that make this city strong, including support for veterans and military families, protection of our coastal environment, and fighting for affordable housing. The next 50 years will bring change and new opportunities, and Rep. Panetta is honored to be a part of that journey ahead. Congratulations to you on Marina's 50th year. Thank you for your continued commitment to our community, to one another, and to this remarkable place we're proud to call our home, California's 19th Congressional District. It's my honor to present this 50th anniversary certificate on behalf of the Congressman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taylor. And we'll be calling Taylor back up in just a moment. So here we are, 4th District Supervisor Wendy Root Askew. Thank you, Wendy, for all you do.
Well, thank you for having me. I also couldn't be happier than to call Marina home. And of all the communities that I get to represent, I can't imagine raising my family anywhere other than Marina. I was doing some math as we sat here, and I realized I've been in Marina for a number of years, and started doing some backwards math and realized I think it's about half of the time that Marina's been a city. So it made me feel kind of old, but but thanks for that. So on behalf of my colleagues on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, I was able to read some of this at the 50th anniversary celebration, which was fantastic, by the way. Go team. Thanks for throwing a party. We should do that all the time. But I just want to read a few of these whereas statements because they really do, I think, highlight what makes Marina so special. So this is a resolution celebrating Marina's 50th anniversary, recognizing that the city of Marina was founded with a vision to create and embrace opportunity, value natural beauty, foster community spirit, and continue to thrive as a home to residents, businesses, military families, students, and visitors. Whereas for over 50 years, the city of Marina has grown from a modest coastal town to a dynamic municipality recognized for its innovative planning, sustainable growth, and commitment to environmental stewardship, economic vitality, and high quality of life. Whereas the city of Marina has benefited from the rich cultural contributions of its residents, whose diverse backgrounds, traditions, and talents have shaped Marina into a welcoming and inclusive community. Whereas the city of Marina's history is deeply intertwined with the former Fort Ord military installation, and the city continues to honor that legacy through its commitment to its veterans, its stewardship of Fort Ord lands, and its transformation of former military property into thriving residential, educational, and recreational spaces. Whereas the city of Marina has earned recognition as a forward-thinking city that invests in infrastructure, in parks, in housing, and in services that benefit future generations while honoring its past and preserving our small town character. Whereas the city of Marina celebrates our 50th anniversary in 2025, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors recognize the city's rich history, the significant achievements, and our ongoing contributions to the quality of life for our residents throughout the region. Therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all of the county residents, hereby recognizes and congratulates the city of Marina on the occasion of its 50th anniversary, commending its leaders, its residents, and its community partners for 5 decades of service, innovation, stewardship, and extends the best wishes for continued prosperity in the decades ahead. It's my honor and pleasure to call Marina home. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your stewardship. And thank you all for making this community such a fantastic place to live and to grow together. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, council and city attorney, city manager, let's join Taylor and Wendy for a couple of photos. So Marina used to have 29,000 people when Fort Ord was open. And then it went down to about 19,000 when Fort Ord closed. And now it's back up to about 23,000. All the growth that Wendy talked about and staying a small town while growing means that when all the plans are built, we'll still be around 33,000 people. So we're always going to be a small town, but we're going to be a little bit bigger than we are now. Not much bigger than we were at the peak of Fort Ord at 29,000. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's fine. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there's a lot of familiar faces in the crowd, in the audience tonight. And I think if you look around, you'll notice people that you know. If you look around at our staff, we introduced earlier, I forgot to introduce Anita Shepherd-Sharp, who's been here how many years, Anita?
28.
28 years in City Hall. She knows where all the skeletons are buried. Where are they buried, Shep? Everywhere. But if you look around the room, you see a lot of faces. Monica used to work for the city. How many years, Monica? 25 years in the finance department. But anyway, if you look at the faces that serve us, and you look at the faces in the audience tonight who are long-term volunteers or those who support the volunteers, you know, maybe from home, doing all the stuff at home that needs to be done to support people that are out and about in the community, such as Dan Amadeo and all the spouses and significant partners and children. Anyway, we are a wonderful community because of the people in this room and all the people before us and after us that will be in this room looking a lot like us and being wonderful people as we are. We have so much to be thankful for. You know, just pinch ourselves for having such a wonderful life here in Marina where we're safe, we're accepted, there's things to do. Most of the services we want, we can get in or very close to the city of Marina. We're so blessed to have the beautiful beaches that we have in our city limits. So blessed to have the open spaces of Fort Ord and some wild parks like Loch Patton Park, or there's 30 acres. We call it Salinas Avenue Woods near Carmel and Reservation Road that hardly anyone goes to because we have so much abundance that you don't need to go there. but there is so much abundance in so many ways, but especially the people. It's been mentioned tonight a few times, how much our diversity, people from all over the world live in Marina, and that makes us very special. So I want to, before we close tonight, ask each council member to say a few comments and especially what they love about Marina.
So I'm Councilmember McCarthy. Hate being put on the spot, but as a military brat, I've lived all over the world, and certainly all over this country. And Marina is a place that definitely speaks to me. It feels very familiar because it is a military town, and I think that is a big part of why we have so much diversity here. And so, yeah, it's just a great place to be. It has always felt like home. I've now lived here longer than I've lived anywhere else in my life. But even that aside, it feels more like home than anywhere else that I've lived. So.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. My name is Jenny McAdams. I'm a council member representing District 3. Even though I am a newcomer to Marina, I've been here about 3 years. My dad and stepmom have been here over 25 years. And so born and raised on the peninsula, Marina has really felt like home for a long, long time. For me, when my kids were little, we always felt welcomed and loved the parks, utilized the recreation services. And so really we have been a part of this community for some time. I love going, like you can walk into Daddy's Diner and know, people in the room, go to the grocery outlet, the Dollar Tree, and we always see people in the community. And for me, that's very special. I heard how welcoming Marina feels from many of the residents tonight that we're celebrating. And it is true. It is a very welcoming and loving community. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. So our city attorney is going to give the perspective of someone who has not been here that long, doesn't live here, but he's experienced Marina. So what's Marina like for you? And say some.
So I am working on year 2 as the city's city attorney. I am learning a lot every day. I'm just here to help city staff, to help the city council fulfill the vision that you guys want for the city as well as its residents.
And how do you find the city of Marina to be?
Incredible.
Well, I paid you to say that, but how is it incredible?
I think a lot of the comments have been said tonight. I think the diversity is an important one. I think the fact that, this council is trying to work to make the right decision for the, greatest amount of people every day. So, and I'm happy to help in that endeavor.
And Renee has been a great city attorney for us. We really are lucky to have him. Thank you, Renee. So Lane Long is the longest employed city manager of any Monterey County city. He got here in 2013 and still going strong. Lane, what's great about Marina and what do you want to say?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't think I would be working here that long. Typically, Nancy was on the council when I was hired. David Brown was on the council. And I told him I probably would be here 3 to 5 years. That was kind of my commitment to the council. And 13 years later, this is a place where you want to be. It's the people that make our community. And I look up and down the peninsula and there's no finer people than in our community here. And the other part I love about Marina is this desire to work together to make our community better. I look at it 12 years ago when I was here and I look at it today and I look at what's going on now and I look at where we're going in the future. I mean, it is amazing. I think anybody that is looking for a place on the coast to live, Marina is the place to be in California. So I give my gratitude for the council for, they're the people that employ me, that hire me. And it's been a wonderful experience being here. When I was being interviewed, I remembered we sat in the old Strategic Development Center and the council grilled me for a couple hours. And Bruce just had a lot of questions, but we immediately realized we had a connection here. My first, I think Bruce remembers it, he invited me to go for a walk to experience Marina. And we went up to Lake Drivery and do the little ladder.
The sand ladder.
The sand ladder. And to me, that is what Marina is like. You kind of have to hike a little bit up the sand ladder, but you get on the top and it's an amazing sand dune. If you're in your bare feet, you start walking down the other side. And if it's in the evening, the sun is setting, the sand gets warm, and then you go down there and you're on the beach and all you see is the ocean and the dunes behind you. No noise, no traffic. And yet that is what beauty is. And you can't beat that. So thank you for having me as your city manager. I appreciate
Thank you, Lane, very much. All you've done.
So I want to just tell a little something about Renee since he was very professional. We are such a friendly city, and whenever we get a little extra time in closed session, we all want to talk about all kinds of things, and Renee has to seriously curb us. So we can only talk about the weather and the Dodgers. So he keeps a really keen eye on us. But I think for me, the diversity is very personal. And though I look the way I do, I honestly, until I came to Marina 10 years ago, I did not have close friends that were Filipinos or Korean or Vietnamese. I mean, my personal life has grown as a result of being in a resident in Marina. So, it's been life-changing for me, even though I am retired. And we change even after retirement. And the other thing is our focus on environmentalism. I mean, my kids make fun of me because I know some birds and I want to go out and watch birds, and I know them and I point them out. And I was born and raised in Chicago, so we don't have any birds except for pigeons and crows. And now I can tell you about stilts and egrets and all kinds of different bird life and wildlife. And so I just want to say I've never experienced that kind of environmentalism. And mostly I have to say because of Bruce. And, he has really taught me, about ecology and conservation. And I remember I brought some donuts for some kind of, civic thing, and I had put foil on top of it. And the next morning, guess what? It was folded on my front door, the foil. So, I had some real good mentors about environmentalism. And so my life has been so enriched by being in Marina. So thank you all for being part of our community. Thank you.
So good evening. I'm Lisbeth Visser, City Council member for District 4 in the South, Preston, Abrams, and the new parts. When Lane Long said he thought he would be here 3 or 4 years, that's what my husband and I thought when we moved from the Netherlands to California almost 31 years ago. So obviously we did not leave. And 8.5 years ago, we were lucky enough to be able to move to the coast from the Bay Area. And for me, it's the volunteers in this city. Besides everything that was already mentioned, when I moved here, I didn't have a job. And sure enough, I met Kathy and Bruce. Well, Bruce told me to knock on doors, to ask people to vote for something, for 3 citizens initiatives. And anyway, it got on the ballot. All 3 passed. Marina got a little bit more money. So it's just the volunteers and the welcoming. How welcoming everybody is here. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for people being online. It's just a wonderful place to live.
Thank you very much. That's good. And to the partners, spouses at home of all the council members, thank you, and to your families who are without the council members when they're serving the city. Oftentimes, appreciation goes out to the home support that you all have, and I know it's really important for you. There's one person who's a de facto city council member for a long time, but never sat up on the dais as an elected official, who I think epitomizes, nearly complete dedication to the city of Marina, much like some of the people we've honored tonight. And her name is Grace Silva Santella. And I wonder, Grace, if you could stand up for everyone to see. One of the hardest working residents in the community. And Grace, when did you start volunteering for the city? What year approximately? 37 years. and she's been extremely active during that time. It seems like she gets more active if that's possible as time passes. But she's she's a good representative of the heart of our volunteer community. When Elizabeth talks about volunteers being one of the best parts of our community, there's no more hardworking, caring volunteer than Grace Silva Centella. So thank you, Grace. As a representative of the volunteers on the city, she was also on Planning Commission for 8 years, Grace. 10 years, Planning Commission sitting up here, very long meetings especially during our general plan revisions where they would work many evenings at a fast pace to get large documents approved. But anyway, thanks to Grace and everyone else like Grace who volunteers for our city. All right, to all of you, thank you for being here tonight. You're welcome to stay. We're going to get to the more serious part of tonight. We'll take a 5-minute break, let everyone kind of clear out the room. But thank you for being part of Marina. We love you very much. It's great. That's fine. Okay. As always, we've come from closed session, starting at 5 o'clock. And we had a couple of labor negotiation issues on the agenda in closed session with the Marina Public Safety Managers Association and the Marina Police Officers Association. And our city attorney, Renee Ortega, is going to briefly summarize what closed session accomplished.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So council provided direction, but took no reportable action.
It does seem like things are getting very close, working in the right direction. So that's good news on the labor negotiations end of things. And appreciate everyone being part of tonight's reception. And I want to give another thank you to the staff, mainly Recreation and Cultural Services staff, that put everything together, made everything be so nice for all of us here tonight. Thank you again, Amanda, Andrea, and all of your team. Really appreciate it. Okay. And Syra, yes. Where is Syra? She's still here? She left, but thank you, Syra. So at this point, Mom, do you remember how to say the Pledge of Allegiance? You remember how to say the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay. Well, let's all stand for a moment of silence. And then Corrine, Lorraine, Veronica, Sarah, Slowly Delgado will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. After a moment of silence, Mom.
Pledge allegiance to the flag.
Thank you, Mom, for being a good sport. One more shout out. Mom lives at Ivy Park Assisted Living Community in Salinas. She's been there since September 12th. Came on the recommendation of Grace and Nancy and a couple other Marina residents who had their relatives there at Ivy Park. So it's one option as an assisted living community here in our area. It's a short 15-minute drive, never have any traffic. So anyway, shout out to Ivy Park. Thank you for taking care of my mom. And Mom, thanks for being such a good sport to move to this area after 62 years living in your house in Glendora, California, down south. All right. No, Mom, too late. But if it's city related, you'll have up to 3 minutes. Mom, you're out of order, Mom. Sit down, please. Randy, can you keep an eye? And we'll have to remove you from the premises if you continue out of order. It's the only time I've ever used a gavel in 17 years. That's it. I've never used it. I had to use it on my own mom. All right. So we have a couple of wonderful proclamations because they recognize some wonderful organizations. And the first one is one that Kathy's going to give regarding Native American Heritage Month. Go ahead, Kathy Biala, our councilwoman.
Okay. This is a proclamation declaring November as Native American Heritage Month in Marina, which is located within the traditional territory of the Esalen people. Whereas the city of Marina recognizes that it was founded and is built upon the traditional homelands and villages inhabited by the Esalen, the first indigenous peoples of this region, and their ancestors and allies, and honors these members of the community, both past and present. And whereas the Esalen people have been indigenous to the greater Monterey County area for more than 12,000 years, and from their known ancestral tribal villages from the coast and inland, the Esalen people hunted, traded, and lived peacefully together, and are known today as the Ohlone Castanoan Esalen Nation. And whereas the city of Marina is dedicated to treating all people equally and fairly, irrespective of race and ethnicity, including Indigenous people. And whereas the city of Marina values the progress of society has accomplished through Indigenous people's knowledge, technology, thought, science, philosophy, and artistic contributions, the city of Marina also recognizes the deep historic, cultural, and contemporary significance of the Indigenous peoples of the lands. And it's quite long, whereas the city of Marina understands that government entities, organizations, and other public institutions should embrace policies and practices to reflect the experiences of Indigenous people and uplift our country's Indigenous roots, history, and contributions. And whereas the idea of Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. And whereas President Biden on October 8th, 2021, signed a presidential proclamation declaring the second Monday in October as a federal holiday to be known hereforth as Indigenous Peoples Day. And whereas the California governor, Gavin Newsom, in 2021, proclaimed that the month of November will henceforth be Native American Heritage Month, wherein the rich diversity and perseverance of California Native peoples are celebrated and honored. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Delgado, Mayor of the City of Marina, do hereby declare every November henceforth as Native American Heritage Month to celebrate the thriving culture and value that the Esalen, Ohlone, Castanoan, and other Indigenous peoples add to our city, dated this 4th day of November, 2025.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember Biala. And it was a long proclamation, and given that the contributions Native Americans and the struggles that they have had, I think it's worthy of a lot of recognition. So thank you for reading through that. And next up, we'll turn it over to Councilmember McCarthy for Restorative Justice Week proclamation. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see there's a couple people in the audience with jackets on. I don't know if they're here to receive the proclamation.
Jocelyn Mendoza is one.
Great. So I'll read through this and then present it. So whereas in the face of crime or conflict, restorative justice offers a philosophy and approach that views these matters principally as harm done to people and relationships, and restorative justice approaches strive to provide support and opportunities for the voluntary participation and communication between those affected by crime and conflict to encourage accountability, reparation, and movement towards understanding, feelings of satisfaction, healing, and inclusion. Whereas the Victim Offender Reconciliation Program has had an 87% success rate, measuring that youth who go through the program do not reoffend. And whereas restorative justice programs are benefiting Marina youth, adults, retailers, those victimized by crime, and the Marina community, therefore it be resolved, the City of Marina do hereby proclaim November 16 to 23, 2025 as Restorative Justice Week in the City of Marina.
All right. Thank you. So come on up, Jocelyn, and say a few words for us. And I want to thank you for the hard work that you and your team does all year round, every year. The restorative justice program is really important in the City of Marina and our region.
Want to say a few words about the program and what it means to you in the community?
Sure. Thank you so much to the council, mayor, and everyone that's here, mainly our volunteers. Lucille Sandifer from the Board of Directors is here, Cheryl Ward Kaiser and Kathy Bauer from the Community Restorative Justice Commission, our other amazing service learners and volunteers from the community. Thank you. It was an honor, Mayor and Councilwoman, to be at the Compassionate Systems event with you put on by MPUSD. And I really think Marina is on its way to being a restorative city where it's in all systems, schools and retail, law enforcement. So thank you for this honor and recognition. We appreciate you.
And can you say your name?
for everyone?
Sure. I'm Jen Burciaga, Executive Director of Restorative Justice Partners, and with me is Jocelyn Mendoza and Rajiv Singh, who are on staff as well.
Thank you for being here and present this to you. Do you have anyone that could take a quick picture?
And thank you to the service learners and other volunteers with restorative justice. It's really important that you're part of that team. And Lucille, you haven't lived in Marina for 50 years, but you've been in Marina close to that. All right. Lucille taught many years at Los Altos Middle School, correct? Yep. And then her son was coach and teacher at Marina Schools. So thank you, Lucille, for being on the board of directors at the Restorative Justice Program and all of your years here. Great team at the RJP. Thank you, everyone, for being here and doing all the hard work that you do. Please let all of us know how we can help you in the future. And we're really glad you're part of Marina too. All right. Oh, I didn't know. Okay. Do you want to talk through the presentation or is it speak for itself? Okay, we covered it. All right. And I want to say thank you to our 30th District Assembly person, Don Addis, and our fellow mayor, Scott Donaldson from the city of Delray Oaks, our fellow mayor, Marianne Carbone from the city of Sand City. They all gave us proclamations appreciating our 50th anniversary. So we thank them for that recognition. All right. So now we're going to move on to an online presentation. If the Monterey Salinas Transit representative is ready to go as a panelist. If not, we'll move you over. I'm assuming there she is, Lisa Reinheimer. Hello, Lisa. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being patient with us tonight. We're going to move you over to be a panelist. There you are. Hello, Lisa.
Hello. Gosh, I am so missing the festivities in Marina today. And I watched all the kind words, and I absolutely love living in Marina too. And wish I could be there, but unfortunately, fortunately, I don't know. I have mixed emotions about it, considering how everything's gone in council today. I am in Long Beach at the California Transit Association's annual conference, so I have to do this via Zoom. I did send over a presentation. If one of the staff people could help me out with that, I'd appreciate it. So thank you so much for giving me a few moments to present again on the SURF project construction. I'll be presenting some updates for you all. You may recall about a month ago, myself and the general contractor, Granite Rock Myers, also was available to answer questions of council. So let's continue. So at the last meeting, I talked about the improved communications to the general public about the project. And so what we have done is we had a table at the Marina Fire Open House on the 14th. Very fun event. Had some outreach staff there, as well as the table at the Marina 50th year anniversary sort of block party on the 18th. Also, congratulations on the 50 year anniversary. We've been posting on social media and updating our website ongoingly. I made some announcements at the TMC board meeting on the 22nd. We've put up additional bicycle pedestrian detour signage. I'll talk about that in a minute. We've also implemented free rides for cyclists at the VA DOD clinic bus stop. Due to the trail closure at 8th Street. We've been working with Google Maps to update their mapping to show the impacts on the lane closure as well as the trails, because Google Maps populates a number of different apps for cyclists and pedestrians. Also, I've been communicating with state parks and TMC on a upcoming Zoom informational meeting, and we'll send out the specifics later. Next slide, please. So this is the part where I really don't want to tell you bad news, but I have to tell you bad news. The one-lane closure on Del Monte Boulevard southbound between Palm Ave and Cypress Avenue is now scheduled to reopen in late December, early January. And you probably want to know why that's the case. Well, there are a number of different things that happened between when I last presented and today. One is we had to do some work that was, handwork, shoveling, and not with machinery. So that slowed things down in that area. Unexpected things that happened during construction. And then we have also had design specifications change late on us, which require us to get some materials which are really hard to come by and have a long lead item or have a long lead time. So those are the three major things that are the cause of the lane closure being delayed for reopening to December, January. However, there is still some progress, and the contractor is making that work, such as the Beach Range Road trail gap to Marina Drive. I'll show you a picture of that. We'll continue the recreation detour between Rhine-Dollar and Palm. And then we're also working with your city staff on some Marina Drive drainage improvements, and that will impact Marina Drive residents. There's some flooding on Marina Drive that happens fairly frequently when the rains come. And so those drainage improvements, we're working with the city on getting those done as well. Next slide. So on the left-hand side, that's the trail gap that we'll be constructing early next week in collaboration with state parks. So people won't have to, people walking, it's a little bit easier, but when you have skinny tires on your bicycle, it's a little bit harder to go through the sand there. So that gap closure will be closed. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see the sidewalk has been poured on. This is looking south from Palm Avenue. And I think people are really going to like it because it is a much wider sidewalk recreational trail than was there before. And it'll also continue the sidewalk in towards Palm and Marina Drive. So it's going to be a much better walking and cycling environment afterwards. Next slide. So through spring, what we will do is we'll extend Beach Range Road Trail all along Marina Drive. I have a slide about this in a minute. We will construct a crosswalk between Rhine-Dollar and Marina Drive, which will result in a 3 to 5 day lane closure. But the timing is to be determined. I don't have a lot of details on exactly when, but I will definitely let the council know. When that is coming up, we will be constructing a new sidewalk between the Recreation Trail and Beach Range Road Trail at Rhine-Dollar and abandon the older connection once the new connection is made. I have a slide on that. It'll make sense. We'll also be installing the new bus stop areas, planting some trees and landscaping. So by the end of spring, it'll all be back up and running, and it'll be landscaped, and it'll look much better than a construction zone. Next slide. So this is what I was talking about just a second ago. That green area is where the Beach Range Road will be extended on the west side of the old rail corridor. And then there will be a connection. If you're looking at this to the right, there will be a new connection across the busway. So the Marina Drive residents have a proper crossing to get on the other side of Del Monte Boulevard. And then we'll be correcting that crosswalk at Rheindaler where there's some ADA upgrades that are needed. And then once all that is made and done and complete and people can get across, then we'll be abandoning the old connection underneath the highway that you can see there in yellow. Next slide. So the schedule through January in the 5th Street Station areas, we will continue that 8th Street to Caltrans Recreation Trail. And right now what we're doing is we're installing drainage infrastructure at the 5th Street Station. And I have some photos of that, I think, on the next slide. Yep, there we go. So this is what's happening at the 5th Street Station area. What you'll see there is the drainage infrastructure being dug out. There will be a liner that goes in, and those yellow things in the background will help with the drainage and storm drain at the 5th Street Station. And just in case you're wondering what those two gentlemen are doing, just watching the construction, those are QA/QC folks, making sure that everything's done correctly. Next slide. Here's another one of the drainage basins, but what I wanted to show you here is in the distance is where the old bike recreation trail was located. And so it's completely unavailable for people to go through at this point. It's a construction zone and it's a safety hazard for people to go through. Next slide. But we have had people go through. You can see on the left, there was a cyclist that went through, just completely ignoring the signage. And then on the right, you'll see we tried to stop people from going in. It is a construction zone. We don't want people there. It's unsafe for them. It's unsafe for the workers. So we are continuing to have challenges with that. So next slide. Where people can get a hold of us, contact us at this phone number, 387-3500, or at surfinfo@mst.org. We try to get back to people within 24 business hours so people can ask questions and let us know what they think. So that's what I had. I'm sorry to give you some bad news, but I want to make sure that we are open and transparent about where things are at.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Regarding the bad news, what was unforeseeable? It's a couple of things you mentioned sound like they might happen at construction sites on a regular basis, materials that are hard to get. So why weren't some of those able to be planned ahead to avoid the problems?
Well, one of the things that slowed us down several weeks was a PG&E gas line that was closer to the surface than what we could have reasonably expected. And so we needed to make sure that that PG&E gas line was protected for the safety of the workers and obviously for the general public. So what we needed to do was dig by hand and make sure we had 2 PG&E representatives on the site every day to make sure that that work was done safely and correctly. So that slowed things down quite a bit. Had we had machinery and equipment out there, that work could have been done in several days rather than several weeks. And then the other item was the design specifications that called for one item versus another. When we needed to get the new item from the new design specifications, the subconsultant who produces the materials gave us 4 weeks for even just getting the material. So that was an unfortunate situation. And then, things just unfortunately happened during construction. So this is where we are. And we're working to expedite that delivery of materials as best we can. They know that it is a priority for us, and we've shared with them the urgency of getting the material on site as quickly as possible.
And can you explain why the new design specs were needed that precipitated the need for a new material?
The new design specs were a difference between what were in the plans and the design specifications that are city standards. So we wanted to make sure that we're meeting the city standards.
And that could not have been known in advance of when it was determined?
Well, it was maybe possible. We were unaware that there was a city design specification that was different than what we had in the plans.
Okay, so somebody overlooked something somewhere. The reason I'm asking the question is because the last time we heard it would be done hopefully prior to the holidays. And so now we're going to have our streets in the shape they are today throughout the holidays. So it's going to have an impact on the holiday season for our city. So that's an important matter for us. Okay, other council members, questions, comments? Councilmember Vischer?
Yes, good evening, Lisa. Thank you for the presentation. Has signage been installed now? I've been out of town, so I have not been able to check, especially in South Marina, where people no longer have access to the rec trail, so they have to make a detour of 2 times 1.3 miles.
Yes. So there is, and I can send you some photos that I took when I did a site walk on Friday. There are photos and signage and detour signs at both entrances. One where Caltrans comes into underneath the highway along the coastal trail, and additional signage on 8th Street. We also have information about how to get to the VA DoD clinic bus stop, including the line 61 and 17, where cyclists can board the bus for free.
Yes, thank you, because I'm concerned, as you know. I think we need as many signs as no, not as possible, but we need a lot of signs also where you took the photo of the cyclist that ignored the closed entrance. Because in the last few days since I've been back, I've seen twice now people cycling on the overpass at Lightfighter. I think people are totally confused that they cannot no longer access the rec trail going south. I've never seen people cycling there. So anyway, I would like to see the photos, if you can send me photos, and I'll go look at it probably tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you for your service on the board of directors at Monterey Salinas Transit. Kathy, did you have something? Okay. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Lisa, for the presentation and communication. I signed up for the emails, and so I've really noticed an improvement in the communications. My concern is, and I'm not sure what sort of coordination we'll have to do with perhaps Sand City or the city of Seaside, but if bicyclists or pedestrians are utilizing the trail that's closest to Highway 1 at some point, about maybe a half a mile before Costco, it becomes very inundated with garbage and a homeless encampment. And so I'm just wondering, how can we connect the dots to let the bicyclists know to be cautious or aware of that? And there's also a lot of activity with the unhoused residents in that section.
You know, that's a terrific question. And one of the things that we're going to be doing next week is doing some unhoused abatement. So what we have to do is post the notice, let them know that they're not allowed to be there, and then go back a few days later and actually make sure that they leave. And so the chief of police of Sand City has agreed to help us out in that regard, especially in the area where you're talking about towards that big sand dune. And so long-term, within the old rail corridor, it will be MST's responsibility to make sure that unhoused folks do not camp along the corridor. And then the other thing I would say is there is a group of Caltrans, CHP, sheriff, local folks in an unhoused community abatement email chain. So along with MST doing the abatement next week, Caltrans has also agreed to do that at the same time. So it should get a little bit better at that location at any rate. I don't know that MST would be responsible for putting up signs, if that's how I need to interpret your comment in terms of rough road ahead or rough trail ahead or beware ahead. I don't know. I do know that Caltrans has a customer complaint form that you can fill out and specify specifically where a problem exists. And so I think in the area that you're talking about where the coastal trail is located within the Caltrans right-of-way, that would be the appropriate communication mechanism to see if Caltrans can make some improvements.
Okay, great. Thank you. I've just noticed, obviously, with the detour that there's an uptick in that path use when before users would use the other path to not have to go through that area. So, okay, perfect. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jenny. And let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Lisa, one more question. I hope that you can confirm. On social media, I read that some people think that the rec trail will be closed. Can you please let us know that the rec trail will stay open during the entire project, and when the project is completed, the rec trail will be open for everybody to use? Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting how rumors get spread like wildfire. No, MST is not closing the Monterey Bay Coastal Trail. We will always have it open. The challenge is that State Parks has the Beach Range Road trail closed, which now forces people to go on the less comfortable trail, but it will remain open north-south. The connection under the highway is what will be temporarily closed until our work can be done.
All right. Thank you, Lisa, for the hard work you put into this for a lot of years, and especially now during construction. We appreciate all your efforts. Okay, we have one more presentation. It regards stormwater, and oftentimes Edry's doing this remotely. Welcome, Edry. Thank you, Restorative Justice team, for being here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Unfortunately, Maris contracted COVID recently, so she won't be able to help Doug Dowden, our program manager for stormwater, but Doug will be presenting our presentation, and the presentation in essence will be reviewing what we were accomplishing in the last fiscal year as part of our stormwater program and what we were hoping to accomplish in our next fiscal year. I believe, Doug, if you could raise your hand, we could bring you into the panel for the presentation.
Okay, he's on the move.
Awesome.
Welcome, Doug. Thanks for joining us tonight.
There we go.
Okay, you're good to go, Doug.
And hopefully you can see the presentation there.
We see your name.
Yeah. There we go. Thanks, Doug.
All right, thank you. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, city personnel, members of the community. It's that time of year to discuss our stormwater program. This is a condensed overview. We'll provide a glimpse at 2024 and 2025 accomplishments. We will also talk about the 25-26 year program
requirements and what we're planning on doing. I want to thank you for your time and for having me here this evening. It's very much appreciated. By the
Douglas,
way-
if you could try to speak a little louder, that would be good. If
Oh,
not,
okay.
it's okay.
Well, hopefully you can hear me now. I'll speak a little louder. By the way, happy 50th and interesting trivia. It is Good Morning America's 50th anniversary this week also.
Coincidence.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to talk about the program overview. The city's been under the municipal stormwater permit since roughly 2012. It used to be part of a regional program. As you all know, the city is a population under 100,000, so it's a municipal separate stormwater sewer system program for population under 100,000. The goal of the program is not only to protect water quality, but improve it by reducing and/or eliminating the discharge of pollutants into waters of the U.S., also known as WOTUS. Stormwater within the city goes into the city's aquifer through the perk lots. As you know, regulations continue to grow. They slowed down a little bit this last year, but there's been a lot of interesting uptake in recent court decisions that keep things interesting for us, and I'll talk about that a little more later. One of the most recent legal decisions was the Sackett decision on the definition of what's a water of the U.S. So it narrowly defined what is considered a water of the U.S., and that is a water body that is continuously hydrologically connected to other significant waters. So if there's vernal ponds, those are no longer typically considered a water of the U.S. There was also the EPA or City and County of San Francisco versus the EPA decision on what can be discharged into a water body from a wastewater treatment plant outside of stormwater, but it does affect the definition of the pollutants in stormwater and how they're determined. It's at the discharge point, no longer in the water body. We'll talk about some key update items. The draft MS4 permit, we'll talk about that. Of course, that draft new permit keeps getting kicked down the road. And eventually we will get to that and I'll talk about that more in a bit. There's a lot to discuss in 10 minutes, so I'll keep us moving along. Key accomplishments for this last permit cycle, 24-25. And that is from July 1st to June 1st or June 30th the next year. We completed the annual trash policy requirements. The implementation of the statewide policy also demonstrates no discharge to waters of the U.S. That's because all stormwater in the city drains to the city's perk lots, and it serves multi-benefit purposes. It captures all stormwater in the community. These perk lots, it also serves as a key element to the city's flood control system. And as I just mentioned, it captures all trash. So those perk lots have saved the city and serve a valuable resource as it captures stormwater that's then infiltrated back into the stormwater or groundwater for drinking water purposes. Other key accomplishments this year is our construction site outreach and assistance program. We work with the contractors, send them updates, send them notices as required under the permit about upcoming storm events, and also to address particular issues at sites that we see, or I also see at other sites throughout the state. It's interesting, contractors seem to, they forget to install their perimeter controls. It's not just in one community, it's statewide. So send out outreach to them routinely on that, specifically targeting the construction industry as required in the permit. We also continue to assist industrial facilities in the community, sites that would require an industrial general permit with the state, and help identify those that need it, and then offer them guidance on securing permit coverage, because that is a requirement for the city. They have to guarantee these facilities get coverage. Phase 2 requirements in a big overview picture were met again. Annual staff training was completed again this year. It was great to see everybody there. They're extremely knowledgeable, the staff here, and working with Ed Ray and his team, it was great. Annual facility site assessments were completed again throughout the community. We also do facilities, and then we do particular city activities like street cleaning or repaving of a street is part of those assessments, and Ed Ray's team has been great on those. Public education and outreach, we'll speak on that a little bit more with the public participation and involvement. As required under the permit requirements, the municipal stormwater program, we track, monitor, and report all the post-construction stormwater requirements that are required under new developments and existing developments with these requirements that capture stormwater. Some treat and some simply infiltrate it when they capture the stormwater into the groundwater. So we have to track that annually to report that to the State Water Board. Program effectiveness assessment improvement plan. We do that every year. Basically review, is what we're doing working? And then we evaluate it and we determine if we need to make changes. With that, I'll talk about some public education outreach. So the focus of this is pretty simple. We determine what education topic will be selected this year. Cognizant of the direction of the city and council, of course, pet waste is a key concern. Mobile cleaners are a key concern, and there's lots of others. I could talk in detail, but Maris submitted a detailed report. We also determined the audience, which is also school-age children and the general community, targeted businesses, the construction industry. We work and determine what's the best education mode. Is it a direct mailer? Is it through Facebook or Twitter, or just a mailer itself? We track the number of people we've reached. This year, Maris's team with Save the Whales have done a great job. School outreach, 617 students have been reached in the school outreach training program, which is up from last year, which I think was 593. 15 community events conducted in total, and I'll talk about that more. 593 community members were reached during that time period. The volunteers picked up roughly 92 pounds of trash and recyclables removed. The outreach included movie ads, radio ads, print, digital, Facebook, and much more. School outreach, key component for the education outreach program. Maris's team at Save the Whales do an amazing job with this. They have multi versions of programs they can implement depending on the target audience at the school. They can talk in detail on marine mammals, adaptation and communication. The watershed model, which we all know is a great tool for hands-on learning. You spill some basically hot chocolate on the table and see where it flows to. And it eventually goes to the water bodies in the ocean there on the model. Sea otters, a story of survival, how they can adapt and handle all the changes in the environment, mostly. Blue whales, which with this program expansion talks about how they are the gardeners of the sea. They play a vital role in our oceans. Amazing sea turtles and how they're survivors. And then every one of these includes pre and post surveys administered by the student and educator to determine the knowledge base before the training or education and after. Typically, it's see about a 25% uptick in the knowledge of retention of what students know about the program. Litter prevention, picking up pet waste, motor oil, and much more are key topics. I'll touch on this more in these next slides. Here's the event, one of the public outreach events where the watershed model was used right there in the center of the screen. Teaching, school-age kids, and a lady right there watching. It's basically see how human activities impact groundwater and surface water. It's a well-received model itself, and it's used at schools and in community events. Public education outreach. What do you know? As council directed, scoop it up. More about pet waste. Pick it up. It's just a quick flyer with several topics on it. It went through the Monterey Weekly bilingual bookmarks in English and Spanish, distributed through the library, the Dad's Read event at the Marina Library, and the Halloween event at Vince DiMaggio Park. We continue the outreach and target pet waste throughout the community. Good thing is most people pick it up, but it only takes a few bad players who don't pick up after their pets, or they just don't know that they need to. But I think it's getting better everywhere throughout the state. Public education outreach, volunteers make this program. And Maris does an amazing job at recruiting volunteers throughout the community and at Cal State University Monterey Bay. It's a major element of the program. They cleaned up 25 pounds of trash on this day at Lock Padden Park. It's, Lock Padden is always, to me, every time compared to other parks that I see down in the LA area where our mayor is from, how clean these parks are. So had, prods to the staff there at the city. And here's another little slide. Volunteers participated in the Marina Earth Day cleanup of large trash. That was on April 12th this year. They did a great job and they posed for a little photo op. I'm kind of moving along a little quicker. Here we go. Public education outreach at the Dad's Read event at the Marina Library. This has been really well received. I've got another slide on this. They conducted, Save the Whales conducted roughly 6 of these last year. Basically, the ocean science major read to local kids. The focus of the events is how important oceans are to life. Of course, pet waste bookmarks are distributed at every event. And here we go with those beautiful trash cans at Lock Padden, Cal State University Monterey Bay. Students were touching it up this year. They went through and spruced them up so they wouldn't fade. It's amazing how beautiful those cans look. Great job for the students and the volunteers and Maris on that. And here is the Halloween pet dress up event of October 27th, 24. And of course, pet waste was another key item of this event. It's well received and participated in. People come out with their furry children and enjoy the day and learn a little more about water quality. Here's some public education outreach materials. The first one is the student artwork program, and recycling is a big component. As you look at this brochure on the left-hand side, or flyer, the kids painted it up or drew all over it. It's an old recycled piece of paper. Then in the center is the bookmark that includes Scoop It Up for pet waste, oil leaks and fixing the leaks and picking up trash. And those bookmarks are distributed throughout the town and at the library and other events. And then on the far right is a recruitment flyer for volunteers, but also Scoop It Up. Again, back to pet waste, reduce your waste, talks about recycling, native plants and the benefits of them. Maris works on those every year with the students in the schools, and it's really well received. Here we go with story times, the read events at the library. It's well received, and there are numerous topics, including those discussed earlier, talking about the whales, the pollinators. Maris did 6 of these events this year, or her team did. They're all marine science educators. Talk about whales, pollinators, sea turtles, otters, and much more. It's been well received, and you can see a response from Scott Nichols, the librarian, too, at Marina. He really enjoyed it, and he feels the students really enjoy it too. So great work for Maris and Save the Whales on that. And now the next few slides are going to focus in on additional outreach materials. These are more focused, and they're more training guides for businesses. Sustainable summer holiday tips, things that businesses can do to keep things cleaner in preparation of the holidays and during the holidays, and even visitors. Spring cleanup and water quality protection tips. Same concept. In the spring, I sent it out to all the businesses in town and property owners. Key things that they can do to help keep Marina beautiful. It's also not just for the counter or community events. It also can be used with an enforcement letter for some kind of action and direct mail. and email. Another educational piece we put out this year, public right-of-way and discharges of sand, dirt, and debris into the public right-of-way the last couple of years become an issue. I had put this together. It started elsewhere and then customized it for the city of Marina. It just talks about illicit discharge and what it is and what to do and how to clean it up.
I'm sorry, Doug, due to time, I wonder if we could jump to our
Okay.
25-26 work plan.
I will do that. Sorry about that, AJ.
There we go.
Here's the new draft permit that it keeps getting kicked down the road of when it's going to come out. It's going to come out in spring of 26, I've heard, effective early 27. Basically with this is part of the new work plan of what we're going to do. There's lots of work plans to develop and update our guidance document. It's a document that tells the state what we plan to do as a municipality for stormwater programs. We have to update our legal authority, including municipal code, our enforcement response plan, making sure that it will meet the new permit requirements. We have to develop a public education outreach work plan strategy, update existing maps and guidelines, and et cetera as required. We'll review and update and make sure basically everything that we're doing will meet the new permit requirements. There's a lot of one-time activities that we'll need to do, and there's a lot of recurring new activities. So the cost, unfortunately, with these new programs keeps going up a bit. We'll continue all the permit requirements we just talked about. We are going to provide, hopefully this year, an option to council to either continue under the municipal separate storm sewer system permit or move to its own WDR. It would be customized specifically to the city under the specific needs of the city, since there are no waters of the U.S. within the city limits, and the city doesn't discharge to waters of the U.S. We think this is an option to entertain or at least look at. It's just information.
And we'll bring all this information back to you for another discussion. We'll get more into what the non-applicability discussion will be about. And really the whole reason why we're presenting tonight, it's part of our requirement to the state as we report at the end of the year. End of the year for them is in October, that we have complied with all of our program requirements and that we present to the public what we did and what we plan to do for the future. So thank you, Doug, for summarizing all of the information we have, and we're open to any questions you may have on what we accomplished and what we're planning to do.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Douglas, and thank you, Edry. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I plan to pull the item for the Save the Whales contract, just kind of full disclosure for a little bit of discussion. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse that I'm so passionate about this, but for the record, I want to correct that I believe that it may not be true that there are no waters of the U.S. within our city. In fact, we have the Salinas River that is within our jurisdiction. Certainly not an expert on this area, but I think that there's a lot of room for discussion. I think to make the statement that there are no waters of the U.S. may be a little bit something that this council needs to discuss. So just a couple quick questions. When SCOTUS redefined WOTUS, they left out wetlands for protection. And in light of that, what are some things the city can do to kind of make up for that lack of, or no pun intended, but the watered down protections for natural wetlands?
Well, I can answer that. Currently, I know the state is looking at defining waters of the U.S. to make sure that those wetlands, vernal ponds are protected. So the state of California is doing that. Continue to protect those areas. Not to, even if the city went to its own permit program, it wouldn't protect those. It would continue to protect those waters and those areas. So I think existing regulations do a fine job of that, but we can review it and make sure that it meets the objective.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe I'll just hold my comments for the item that I'm going to pull, but I appreciate the presentation. Certainly appreciate all the discussion about pet waste, something I showed a lot of passion for last time you were with us. I can tell you that we're going to be looking at our spay and neuter ordinance in the future, and so that's just one more step that looks to address some of these problems. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brian. Doug, I have one point to make. I see Save the Whales volunteers and staff about every quarter, maybe more frequently than that, but cleaning up trash around Lock Padden Park. And the point I want to make is that if it is better coordinated with city representatives, I think the city could tell those crews where to go, because sometimes they come and go, and unless they're referred to the problem areas, they miss some of the problem areas. So can Save the Whales communicate with city staff who are in touch with volunteers who know where the trash is to give us a schedule of when they're going to be there so that we could send them an email of active locations where there's trash accumulations so they could do even more than they're doing?
You can
Yes, sir.
definitely, coordinate with Maris's team on that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I think we'll have some more discussion when we discuss the consent item. Any other council members? Thank you very much, Douglas, and please stand by. We'll get to the item on the consent agenda that regards the same topic. All right. So that is it for the presentations. And now we'll go to council and staff. Staff, do you have any announcements you'd like to make?
So November 8th is this Saturday, and I'll start off so that I'm still Coach Ron's favorite. I'll start off with just talking about Punt Pass Kick. That competition's coming up this Saturday, November 8th from 10 a.m. to 12:30 at the Los Arbos Sports Complex. And next, for November 8th from 11 to 1, we have Reveal Day. So the City of Marina and community volunteers will execute a all-inclusive playground community-wide build. And this playground is going to be about 38,000 square feet, and it will be executed around end of summer, beginning of fall 2026. And I don't know if anyone remembers, but back in April of this year, we went into Marina Vista, J.C. Crumpton, and Ione Olson schools. Our steering committee members asked the children to draw their dream playground, and their drawings, about 1,400 of those drawings, have inspired the final design of this playground. So we're going to reveal that on Saturday between 11 and 1. Specifically, we will unveil the design at 11:15. So we hope that the community joins us. And then we have November 27th is our Thanksgiving community meal, and that's going to be right here at the Rocky Horn Community Center from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And this is a very special event because it brings our community together, but also because it marks my year anniversary here with the city. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Drea. And it's been a great year, a very busy year. Thanks for all you've contributed.
Good evening, council. I just wanted to remind the council and the community that the city is co-sponsoring a Veterans Day event at the VTC on November 11th from 11 to 4 inside the parking lot. There will be wraparound services for veterans, as well as food booths and other entertainment and fun. So
Thank you, Guido, for supporting that event. And we'll go to Lane Long, our city manager.
Council, I just want to make you aware of last Thursday, Friday, Councilmember McAdams reached out to me and just want to know if there's anything our city could do regarding the people that are on the SNAP program that may be losing their funding, and especially the Monterey, the food bank probably would need some help. And she asked if there's any money that I had, like my discretionary funds, and so from that I reached out and sent an email out to all the cities in Monterey County and just asked them, the city managers, if they had their cities could each contribute $10,000 to the food bank. And almost immediately I got responses back from 5 cities that said they absolutely could do that. And I'm doing that from our city. And a couple of the other cities said they need to get council approval. Their budgets are really tight. But this week, the cities of Monterey County, the majority will be contributing somewhere between $60,000 and $75,000 to the Monterey Food Bank to help them in this time that they may get hit pretty hard, especially as we enter into the holiday season. So thanks to Councilmember McAdams for a good suggestion, and really for all my fellow city managers that just jumped in immediately. I think that reflects Monterey County and where our values are.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember McAdams. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick announcements. One is I heard from Nancy Almadeo that she is no longer on the mosquito abatement district. So if you weren't aware, it's something that this council will need to seek another appointment for. Just so happens, if you don't know, my day job is literally right next door to that building. So would be happy to be considered as we look at a new appointment. The second is kind of a public health threat, a substance called kratom that, if you're not aware, is not regulated by the FDA. To my understanding, not yet illegal in California, has been sold for many years, and is creating a public health crisis. Folks are dying, folks are becoming addicted. It's an opioid, so my understanding is you can use Narcan for someone who is overdosed on kratom. So just please be aware. If you're not, do the research. And if you know people, especially young people that are using this, seek guidance to do the right thing. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And just to sort of partner with Councilmember McCarthy, last week, 2 middle school students, not in the city of Marina, but in an adjacent city, overdosed in class. And they purchased they thought that they were marijuana vaping pens, and they were both laced with fentanyl. And these were middle school children. So MPUSD did issue a notice to parents and the school community. And in the city of Marina, we do have a free public Narcan dispenser at the Monterey Salinas Transit Center across from the post office. So talk to your kids, and my thoughts are going out to the families who were impacted.
All right, thank you very much, Jenny. Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it looks like the city is holding a wonderful salute to veterans on Veterans Day, and then it ends at 4. And then there's a notice here from Shea Homes, and I'll be going to this as well. But you could walk over at the end of our City of Marina tribute on Veterans Day to the Fort Ord History Wall in the Dunes Promenade, where they're going to be unveiling the Fort Ord History Wall. So I think that should be really kind of neat. So you can hit 2 places in the city of Marina on Veterans Day.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Want to give a shout out to Lisa Reich. She's the chairperson of our Recreation and Cultural Services Commission. I'm sure she's involved with the Reveal Day and the whole Inclusive Park process. And her and her husband Darius were also heavily involved with the Marina Pump Track. We probably would not have a pump track was it not their vision to begin with. So thank you, Lisa, for all the volunteering that you do and your family. It's great to see your granddaughter on the trails, riding her bike all around town. It's just wonderful for your involvement. We really appreciate that. And being to a lot of meetings you come to, that's noticed. This Sunday, November 9th, from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. There'll be a volunteer community cleanup. It happens every month on the second Sunday of the month. So November 9th, 10 a.m. to 12:30 with pizza served at 12:15 to all the volunteers. We'll be meeting at the southern junction of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard, which is about a quarter mile north of the Beach Road roundabout as you head out of town. And we'll be cleaning up several miles of roadside. And we do that in partnership with the Monterey County Public Works Department and the Monterey Regional Waste Management District. And it's really making a big difference. So thanks to volunteers that come out. We always can use more volunteers. We'll get more miles done if we have more volunteers. On Veterans Day, the 11th of November, next Tuesday, there's always an event at 11 a.m. at the American Legion. I just want to say thank you to the American Legion for every Memorial and Veterans Day putting on a free lunch, home cooked, and a nice ceremony that respects our veterans. So that's at 11 a.m. on Tuesday at the American Legion. And it would fold in nicely with the VTC event that's been mentioned, followed by the Shea Holmes event at 4 p.m. So good things going on Veterans Day here in Marina. Something, I don't know, Dre, if you mentioned the Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah, so I'll mention it because you gave us the flyers. It's an incredible event every Thanksgiving and again near Christmas, the holiday dinners. But this is the first of two. And on November 27th, Thursday, 1 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's on Thanksgiving Day? On Thanksgiving Day, right?
On Thanksgiving Day.
11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So the lunch hour. But anyway, right here across the street, the Rocky Hahn Community Center, Thanksgiving Day, 1 a.m. to 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. They feed hundreds of people, but no matter who you are, you can come with your family, your friends, and back to Lisa and her husband, Darius. They had like 8 or 10 people last year at one of those two. And it was great to see a multi-generational family just enjoying each other with a feast given them for free, here at the community center. I mean, it's a feast. It's like the best food you can get for Thanksgiving, the typical Thanksgiving spread, but it's amazing. And volunteers work very hard. And this year, as last year, it'll be prepared by Kona Jerry, our own Kona Jerry barbecue here in Marina. Thank you, Kona Jerry. So Thanksgiving community meal on Thanksgiving Day, right across the street here. It's a wonderful experience. Grace, I think I've seen you there multiple occasions. It's great. All right. And then we have another flyer up here for Saturday, November 8th at 2 p.m. at the Marina Library. Our library has so many programs put on both by the library and Friends of the Marina Library. This one is Contemporary Indigenous Voices of California's South Coast Range. And we had a proclamation earlier today for Indigenous Natural Heritage Day month here in Marina. So that's Saturday, November 8th, 2 p.m. at the Marina Library. Registration is required. So please contact Cosette Moeller at 204-0531. And I'm sure you can get more information here on the Friends of Marina Library website and at the library. So Contemporary Indigenous Voices of California's South Coast Range. So we're talking Big Sur Mountains down into the Los Padres National Forest, down into Santa Barbara, a beautiful stretch of California. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for those announcements. And now we're going to move on to public. If anyone has any comments, so Mom, now you can get up and say whatever it is you were going to say. Everyone has up to 3 minutes. We'll start with the people in this room. Anyone in the room want to speak? Please stand and come over to the podium. For
Hi,
items, I'm so sorry,
sorry,
Grace.
that's okay.
Our city manager, attorney just reminded me that this is the time to speak to items on the consent agenda or other items on your mind that are not going to be addressed later with our action agenda.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just want to add to what Bruce just announced, the mayor just announced in regards to the event happening Saturday at the Marina Library. And it's piggybacking on Council Members Biala's proclamation about Native American Heritage Month. I want to express my gratitude to Jeff Markham, who is our representative on the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. He approached me a number of months ago. He had attended a viewing of the Contemporary Indigenous Voices of California's South Coast Range documentary. He and I spoke about how I had always wanted to see the Friends of the Marina Library do something in honor of our Native American heritage. And we got together, we talked with each other. He was able to get the contact information for the filmmaker, Curdy Bazantine. And this is an event that is being co-sponsored by the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District and the Friends of the Marina Library, not just co-sponsored and promoted jointly. It was listed in the Let's Go Outdoors mailer, but also the Park District is paying 2/3 of the fund for bringing the filmmaker and paying for the public viewing rights. So she will be doing a question and answer. The reason why, following the documentary, the reason why we're asking that people pre-register is that our community room has a 85 person seating capacity, and we just want to be sure we don't exceed that. So I really hope that we get a good turnout, because this is quite an honor and quite a great experience for us to be able to bring to our Marina Library. I also want to say that, you know, with gratitude, I appreciate having been acknowledged, but I will tell you that in the 38 years I've lived here in Marina, I could not have done anything without my husband, Ray, by my side. He's the person who I always go, oh, I got this brilliant idea. Now can you help me make it happen? And you see mostly me, but he is, I quite frankly don't know what I would do without him by my side. So thank you. And I accept your acknowledgement for him too.
Yeah, the support at home is just as amazing as what happens outside the home. Anyone else in the room?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Chris Cameron. I've been a Marina resident for over 40 years. My father was also a staple in the community, long time maintenance worker and volunteer fireman. I'm currently in the process of starting Marina's first car club. And I've come to the city to not only get your blessing, but permission to incorporate the city's old shield in our logo. If I may, I have some examples for you guys. I'd like to pass to you.
What's your last name, Chris?
Cameron.
Cameron. So Slim was your dad.
Look at this. What a card.
And Judy's your mom? Tell her I said hi.
So of course, we could go with a different logo, but we have currently 19 members. 90% of the members are Marina born and raised, and we would like to use something that represents our city. I think it'll be beneficial to the city, not only for us doing local fundraisers, also contributing donations to local charities, as well as volunteer work, supporting local businesses. But more importantly, you know, we're a car club. We'll be traveling to other cities, sometimes other states. And with this logo, it kind of helps us, you know, put our city on the map as we're growing. You know, as long as I could remember, I would go on vacation or out of town and somebody would ask me, where are you from? And I would say Marina, and they'd be, oh, where is that? So, you know, we want to change that narrative and kind of help put us on the map and put us out there and help not only with the city grow, but with tourism as well. Thank you.
And I'm told by our city attorney, this would be a council decision. There's a trademark associated with our old logo as it is with our new logo. And so hopefully the staff can give us a chance to consider this at a public meeting. Oh, anyone else in the room that?
Good evening, members of the council. Eileen Hu, 35-year resident of Marina. I thought it was only 20 plus, but I started counting. Tonight, I would like to talk about the unequal cost of trash service. I'm requesting that the city of Marina amend their contract with Green Waste so that the cost of trash pickup is more equitable for all residents. As currently structured, people living in apartments are subsidizing people living in homes. This inequality is getting more pronounced as Green Waste is using California Bill 1383, which is the organic recycling, to add additional costs to people living in apartment buildings, but not those living in homes. The term used for apartments is multiple family residence, or MFR. The term used for homes is single-family residence, or SFR. But people should not be classified as MFR or SFR. They are both residents in the city of Marina. Currently, people living in apartments are paying almost double the cost per gallon of trash than people living in homes. In addition, those living in apartments must also pay extra for removal of recyclables such as bottles and cardboard. Now, Green Waste is insisting that in addition to paying almost double the rate for garbage and extra for recyclables, people living in apartments must pay even more for the removal of organic waste. Please note, people living in homes have their recyclables and organic waste removals included in the price of their garbage bill, which is already about half the rate for people living in apartments. In summary, a person making minimum wage, living in a one-bedroom apartment, is subsidizing the trash service of a homeowner living in $1 million house with several bedrooms and bathrooms. Members of the council, please treat residents equally. Amend the contract with Green Waste so that recyclables and organic waste removal are included in the cost of trash service for apartment dwellers. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Is your last name Wu, W-U?
It's H-U.
H-U, Hugh.
Yes.
Who? Thank you. Anyone else in the room that wants to speak? Okay, let's go to remote. Denise, welcome. Denise Turley, we'll start off with you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. I understand that there is confusion about playground equipment replacement between the sports park at Preston and the pocket parks at Preston Park Residential Community. These are two separate entities and budgets. To avoid further confusion, I suggest that the city pick a unique name for each and consistently use that name to prevent further confusion. The playgrounds were removed from both locations for similar reasons, mainly safety. An update and decision is due tomorrow night at the Recreation and Cultural Services meeting, yet no outreach or survey has been done. Getting this information is complicated by the cancellation of Management Advisory Committee meetings required by the contract between Gray Star, the City of Marina, and the Tenants Association. This could have been an agenda item at that type of meeting. So my question is, are there any plans to restore some semblance of Management Advisory Committee meetings? In this case, the data needed, who and how many people would actually use a park, is within Gray Star's protected resident information files. I spoke today with the manager of our community, and she said that the city is always invited to contact her with their concerns or questions. As a community, we sometimes get email blasts from Gray Star about the city. How and when we get them, that information is conveyed to us is an issue, as many times the information is late or we are completely forgotten. Final question, when is the next update on the park at Sea Haven? And anyway, shout out and thoughts to the 4 families in Preston Park that were burned out of their home this last week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise, for all that information. Let's go to Mai Aika Velasquez.
Thank you, Bruce. This is Trustee Velasquez. I know you still struggle with my name. Good evening to the mayor and council.
Good evening.
I am actually just here to comment today on SB 515, legislation authored by the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, better known as CJEC, and Senator Laura Richardson. This is something very important to me as a Black American freedman. So though I serve on multiple boards and a commission, I am speaking as a private resident. SB 515 is to be implemented by local municipalities in the state of California by January 1st, 2027. Yet today we are asking Monterey County cities to be proactive and to begin implementing the requirements of this law as soon as possible. Those requirements include the updating of forms and data. This is about visibility and truth for California communities such as mine of the Black American freedmen, defined as those descended from American chattel enslavement, a community whose needs have often been invisible under the Black umbrella in this county and throughout the state. This has caused real disparities in housing, health, income, and opportunities that have stayed hidden in Monterey County and throughout the state of California, if not the nation. The disaggregation of this type of information, which is what SB 515 does, has proved time and time again for multiple communities that have found themselves lacking or being excluded from needed resources. This mainly due to having been placed under a racial or ethnic umbrella. Examples of this inequity include Vietnamese and Tongan communities in San Francisco that were found to be left out of city programs. This led the city to respond with specific resources and supports for language and youth programming. Also in the city of Santa Clara, they disaggregated health data and found higher rates of COVID infection in the Vietnamese and Filipino communities. That allowed them to respond with targeting testing, vaccination sites, and community health workers. This is why this is so important for the Black American freedmen community. By disaggregating this information, we can finally understand and act on the specific conditions of our local community, one that has drastically decreased over multiple decades, often due to a lack of resources to help retain and maintain Black residency in this county. The full implementation of SB 515 will make our county and a statewide model of fairness and visibility. The Coalition for Just and Equitable California has offered assistance with this task. Their team, along with Audra Walton of Black AF and Evangelist Levon Stone of Florida Environmental Justice Network, have already met with Wendy Askew. They are more than happy to provide training, templates, and examples of health departments to help departments understand the law, update forms, and to ensure a smooth and effective implementation. And I have already gone ahead and emailed all the council and you, Mayor Delgado, the information for CJEC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Velasquez. And let's go to Audrey Walton.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, members of the public. My name is Audra Walton, a resident of Marina. Although I am currently the Vice Chair of the City of Marina's Planning Commission, I am calling in this evening as a private citizen and proud to be part of both blackaf.net and the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. I apologize for not being there in person this evening and for missing the celebration and honoring of our city's past City Council members, resident nominees, and the city's 50th anniversary. I have a flat tire. I appreciate the various presentations this evening. Shout out and thank you to all involved in bringing that together. I was born here in Marina 50 years ago, raised in Seaside, but moved back in Marina in 1998, and I have been in Preston Park ever since. Tonight, I am also celebrating the passage of SB 515. My grandparents came here from Paris, Lamar County, Texas, where their grandparents were emancipated from enslavement and their parents were sharecroppers and a minister. My father was born here 72 years ago in 1953, while my grandfather served our nation at former Fort Ord. My family lived here in Monterey County between the Bay, Seaside, Marina, and Salinas through segregation, redlining, avoiding local sundown towns, the civil rights movement, the crack and gang epidemic, giving birth to the second and third generations of Monterey County Californians along the way. Sadly, most of my family and friends I grew up with have moved away from this area and most moved out of state. We aren't being hired here in Monterey County, a trend that has been ongoing since the base closed. In fact, I received a direct message on Instagram from an American Freedman this week asking what city council is doing about the injustice in the city and hiring practices, stating how other racial minorities in management positions don't hire freedmen in Marina. They hire their family members and others who belong to the specific demographic. Looking at the census data over the last few decades, we have seen the Black American freedmen population in Monterey County decline from around plus or minus 18,000 in 1980 to around plus or minus 9,000 today. This historic bill, SB 515, now law applies directly to our city and county. This law requires local governments to update forms and data systems so employees can identify as descendants of enslaved Black Americans. This is about visibility and truth. For generations, American freedmen have been invisible in public data. When we're lumped into one broad category, the real disparities in housing, health, income, and opportunities stay hidden. With this new data point being collected, that data could help those of us who have managed to survive what seems to be a Blancamiento ethnocide in this county be able to stay here and with work, love, and dedication may even become a destination area for Black American freedmen across the nation the way it was in the 60s through the early 90s. CJAC and blackaf.net are ready to support you, the city and the county, as we move forward. Our team can provide training, templates, and examples to help departments understand the law, update forms, and implement it smoothly and effectively. Let's go beyond compliance. Let's lead. We can collect the same kind of disaggregated data wherever we already gather information on residents, housing, health, jobs, education, local services. This is our moment. Implementing SB 515 fully and expanding on it locally will make our city a statewide model for fairness, visibility, and justice. CJAC-official.org to blackaf.net. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you.
Thank you for all that information. And let's go to Pretty's iPhone.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, hello, my name is Tisha from Sacramento. I'm with Sacramento Reparations Collective with the Coalition Just and Equitable California. Senate Bill 515 is now law, and it means your city and mine must update forms and data systems, including descendants and persons enslaved and emancipated from chattel slavery in the United States. For far too long, our lineage and For far too long, our lineage has been invisible in public data. The law changes that. It lets us finally see where the gaps really are and take action. Let's lead the way by fully implementing SB 515 so our programs fully reach the people they're meant to serve, and then going further than the law requires. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Let's go to Yasmin. Welcome, Yasmin.
Good evening. My name is Yasmin Abusami Oakley, and I am here representing the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. But I am also from East Palo Alto, California, and Marina definitely reminds me of my small town that I am from. In which, as my colleagues have mentioned before, we have suffered from a lot of our numbers being dwindled here in California, and SB 15 gives us a chance to examine why our numbers have lowered and our population has lowered here in California, as well as so many other pertinent perks. So I urge the city council to please implement SB 15 at the city level and county level. And thank you for your time. Everyone have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Yasmin, and everyone on your team for coming forward tonight. Let's go to CJEC.
Mr. Mayor,
CJS.
can I just call a point of order before we get started? Is anyone else, there's been a skunking. It's really bad. I mean, do we
All right.
take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
or-
Let's take a 5-minute break, open the doors, maybe open the windows, see if we can clear it out. We've been skunked. Okay, so we'll re-adjourn in about 5 minutes.
Because it's probably on the back porch. See her. It's better outside, or better here. It's better outside. Gone after it. We're going to stay. He's on the back porch and he's Stop.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm Chris with CJEC Coalition for Just and Equitable California. I'm not going to restate everything that my colleagues have already said today because I think they did a great job. And I want to give a shout out to my colleagues calling in from Monterey County and from across the state to inform you about Senate Bill 515, which is legislation that we wrote that's based on some older bills, some older legislation that we wrote back in 2022. And what's going on is both the state of California and the cities and counties in California are now being required to update their hiring forms, both the pre-hiring forms or the stuff that you fill out when you apply for city and county jobs, and for the forms that you get after you're hired also. Those forms need to be updated. Specifically, by January 1st of 2027, all of your city and county hiring forms need to have a new category of data collection added to it, specifically a category of data collection for people who are descendants of those who were enslaved in this country. There are a lot of examples of different cities and counties across not just the country, but across the state of California, who've done this similar thing for other subgroups and other racial and ethnic groups, and have found some interesting things when they looked, and they were able to design some new and some innovative and some effective policy solutions once they were able to see what the new data told them. So we're here to offer ourselves as a resource to you. This is our 5th city council meeting of the day. We've done this 5 times across the state of California to inform all 538 cities and counties across the state that we're here to be a resource for you, to help you implement this. We wrote the legislation, so we know it very well, and we're looking forward to working with you going forward in the future. Lastly, we're asking you to go further than the state also. So we're not just asking you to implement what is due by the 1st of January 2027. We want you to go further. Right now, this requirement applies only to public employees, but this data is useful and valuable to you in all kinds of ways that you collect data for residents also. So do what the state says and then go further. Be a leader like you are. Thanks much and have a great evening.
Thank you very much for representing CJEC on this topic. Let's go to LaShawn Coleman. Welcome, LaShawn.
Hi, good evening, and I'm so sorry for what you guys had to go through with the skunk, but I really appreciate you guys, and once again, hello, my name is LaShawn Coleman, and I'm proud to stand with my colleagues, the Coalition of Just and Equitable California. We come here bearing with heavy hearts, and appreciate you guys. And I want to speak in support also of Senate Bill 515, which was recently signed into law. This law gives our local governments a chance to finally recognize the descendants of enslaved Black Americans, the people whose ancestors, basically built this country, but whose stories and struggles have often been left out of the data. And so for so long, we've been invisible on paper. When all Black people are grouped together, it hides the real conditions that many of us lived with, from the housing struggles, health issues, and other fair opportunities that still exist today. So this law can change that and will change it. It gives our community a way to be seen clearly, not to divide anyone, but to make sure resources and programs actually reach the people they're meant to help. And we've seen this implemented before, and it's been successful. And so that's what SB 515 makes possible for American freedmen too. This is very personal to me because our history and contributions deserve to be recognized, not erased, not blended away. Our families deserve to be counted, respected, and supported just like everyone else. So today, I just want to say thank you, and that we're really looking forward to seeing this law put into action and far beyond, like my colleague and brother Chris from CJAC, the Coalition of Just and Equitable California, and the community. And we're all here to help make this process easy, effective, and meaningful. And so I want to thank you for your time and your leadership. And have a blessed evening, and look for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, LaShawn. Anyone else online who would like to raise their hand to speak remotely, please do so now. Okay, we'll close public comment. And I understand that, Lane, you'll probably look into perhaps bringing this logo issue back to us for us to consider.
Yes.
Okay. And then on the SB 515 item, is that something that you're aware of?
Not the specifics, but we get updates from the League of Cities, and so
Okay.
we'll get the information on that.
All right. It sounds like there's an option to do more than required, and I guess we'll be considering that. All right. Did I miss any questions that folks brought up? Denise Turley, are you on top of that issue she was asking about?
Yeah, we'll get back to her on the Management Advisory Committee. She also wanted about a Sea Haven Park update. This will be coming to the City Council first meeting in December for some changes to that agreement to get that park moving forward.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer, did you have something? That was it? Okay. Okay, so now we go to the consent, and we've been advised to pull 8G2 for Councilmember McCarthy's interest primarily. Anything else that folks would like to pull or ask about? Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a comment on 10C like cat. The wording in the claim is confusing. I want to thank the city attorney for clarifying. And so I did want to put on record that the claimants were not City of Marina employees. The way that it's worded, it does sound like they were, and they were not. However, the city does have an employee stationed there at the Equestrian Center. And so I would like to encourage staff just to review the situation and just take any necessary steps to make sure that their safety and well-being is good. And then, I just would also like to put on record that I do remain concerned with Chaparral with that concessionaire. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 10G1, and then with regards to 10G2, happy to continue to pull it if there's additional questions, but also happy to rescind my, given the change of circumstances here tonight. I think I did get most of my questions answered during the presentation. So if someone else wants to pull it, happy to ask some additional questions. Otherwise, I can rescind the desire to pull that.
Is there any additional interest in pulling 8G2? Okay, Brian, none?
Yeah.
So we'll keep 8G2 on the consent without pulling it?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, but 8G1 is what you'd like to pull?
Correct. 10G1.
10G1, sorry. And 8G3 will be removed from the agenda, not to be considered later tonight. And we didn't have any public comment on that. So the gutter repair, 8G3 is not any longer in our consent agenda. Do we have to take any other action to exclude that from the consent agenda, 8G3? Okay.
Just your comment right now.
All right. So I'll move that we approve. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
I have a quick question, probably it's quick, about 10F. My question is, why were EVs not, were they considered, or why no EVs for new trucks for our city? Or will it take longer? I don't know.
Ishmael can answer that.
Ishmael, why don't you like electric vehicles?
Good evening, council and public. EVs were considered, but right now, for this vehicle, they're trucks. There's just still a really high price tag. It was above our budget. We don't have charging facilities for every vehicle. Actually, though, I just got the 2 fixed here at the yard, or here at the annex. But the main reason was cost and looking for a pickup truck that would do what we have. So we found a hybrid that was also with EVs. It was hard to get bids from multiple. It was hard to get bids anyway, but from multiple vendors, because one vendor might, Ford, for example, might have an EV, Chevy, Dodge, Toyota didn't, or vice versa. I forget which ones didn't. So there was just some issues for that.
Thank you. I'm glad it was looked into, and I hope that in 17 years that we can switch to EV or hydrogen.
We are, we do have a grant that we've gotten for a EV
Yeah.
truck at the airport. The cost is almost double this,
Mhm.
but we got a $10,000 grant that helped with that price a little bit. So
We
are looking
also
for it.
have one admin EV truck here at the annex for Public Works, and we're definitely trying to move in that direction.
Thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. Thank you very much, Ismail. Okay, would someone like to make Councilmember Biala?
Like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of pulling 10G1.
And noting that 10G3 has been
Is
tabled for
withdrawn.
today.
Yeah.
Okay. Second on that? Anyone wish to second? Second by Councilman McCarthy. Any further question or comment before we move to vote? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So we'll go to our 2 action items and we'll come back to 8G2.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. We're here tonight to talk about a potential urgency ordinance for firearm and automotive sale businesses. I do have a PowerPoint slide. Very short presentation. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background. So in the summertime, there was a request from the council to look at what other cities are doing, how we're regulating the use. And so during the course of researching this issue and looking at what other agencies, we did identify that there is some ambiguity in our zoning code in terms of not having direct regulations expressly regulating or restricting firearm or ammunition sales, which potentially could open it up to multiple zoning districts. So in the course of researching this, we have identified that there have been some neighboring jurisdictions who have adopted some regulations and that some have adopted an urgency ordinance. And so what we're recommending today is because there is this ambiguity in the code and we don't want to rush an issue that, at least up in the Bay Area, has been heavily litigated, we want to recommend that the council adopt an urgency ordinance. This would stay somebody filing for a permit in light of the ambiguity in the zoning code. This initial request would be a stay for about 45 days. That would get us to about mid-December, and then likely recommending another 10-month and 15-day extension past that, so that the city attorney, myself, and the chief of police can ensure that the ordinance is legally defensible and makes sense for our city. So that is the request today, to do an initial 45-day stay. Rather unique for an urgency ordinance, this does require a 4/5 vote from the council.
All right, thank you very much.
And this is the recommended motion.
Okay, so we'll open a public hearing. Anybody here in person wish to speak to this issue? All right, let's go to remote. Folks, anybody online wish to raise their hand to speak to this issue? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to city council. I'll motion, and we can still discuss more. I'll motion that we adopt the recommended urgency ordinance.
A second.
Second for discussion. Now we'll move to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate staff, listening to the council and bringing this back. For me, when I was noticing the other, local jurisdictions adopting their moratoriums, which, turned into policy amendments, we don't want to be like the short end of the stick. So thank you for taking this initiative. And I think that, we need to reflect on what values as a community, and the message that we're sending to our youth. And just last week, we had a very bizarre arrest with a gentleman who was 3D printing, AR-15, blah, blah, blah. So it's here, it's in our city. And I know for me, when I drive down Del Monte Boulevard and I see the 831 shooter sign, it is troubling and concerning. And like my kids in the car, so I think we really need to be thoughtful about, what we want to do collectively as a city and how, we move forward with this. So thank you for bringing this to us.
Thank you, Jenny. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, just kind of echo Councilmember McAdams' thanks to staff for being bold and considering this, and to the community for kind of hopefully being part of the discussion in the future as well. Couple questions. One is, the staff report discusses this potential home occupation instance where maybe somebody is making ammunition out of their home and selling it. But so what are we doing about that? Are we just kind of leaving that be, or?
I'd have to defer to the chief of police on that. I mean, typically that's not something we would support as a home occupation business, but if you have the specifics, I'd have to defer to the chief on the details of those firearm issues. So.
Yeah, it would be good to know how we could deny such a use. Is it inconsistent with some of our ordinance language?
Yeah, I mean, typically a home occupation business is an office type use, or somebody's preparing taxes, not something that's a light manufacturing type use.
Right.
So
let me ask the question in a different way, I guess. So currently we've not taken any action as part of this process of studying a moratorium. That's when staff will decide how they're going to handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all part of this process. So.
Okay. I think for me, and I never in a million years thought I'd be the one making these kind of comments, but I think about staff priorities, right? And I think about substances like tobacco that kill way more people than guns. And so although I'm supportive of this effort to study this, I also just want us as a council to really consider where we're directing staff efforts, right? Because I think that there's more priorities than staff could potentially handle. And I suspect that some of these other issues that I'm passionate about will be coming to us soon as well. But again, it's just a matter of this is going to take a lot of staff time to really kind of, I think, study this and come up with some common sense legislative recommendations. Yeah, I think I'll keep it at that for now and maybe come back to me though. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the staff report. It was very clear. And I agree that we need this like other neighbors, just like we needed the flock, because we cannot be the only city who does not have the ordinance. I just want to acknowledge that there are many responsible gun owners, and we have, or I think it's closed now. We had a gun shop here on a Rain Dollar. It's a legitimate business and they handle their guns very professionally, and their customers do too. So I do want to acknowledge that there are people who use firearms very responsibly as for target shooting. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Our city attorney took the lead in writing the staff report, so I don't want to take the credit. I work as part of a team, so I just wanted to give credit where credit was due. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work.
So my question is, we have home occupations that produce flower bouquets and things like that. They're putting things together to sell product. So what language do we have that allows flower bouquets and not ammunition manufacturing?
Mayor, I'm not really prepared today to address that. That'll have to be I'll have to come back. I mean, but typically, like I said, it's home occupation is for tax preparer, psychotherapist seeing one patient at a time, office type use, not for production of ammo. That's not something that it would be consistent with our code, but I'm not really prepared to address your
Sure.
specific question
So,
tonight. So,
Okay, when this does come back, can you let us know why some home activities such as floral bouquet making are shown in our text of our ordinance to be allowed? So that we don't leave this discussion
absolutely.
with arbitrary,
Sure.
decisions, right? And I know that's not the way you work, but I'm just wanting to hear in writing where that line can be drawn legally, so we don't get into any kind of legal issue.
Absolutely. We will come prepared answering those questions. So.
Okay, let's go to our city attorney, Renee Ortega.
Yeah, so part of the reason we want to have the moratorium is to have the opportunity to better define what those home occupations can be. I think there's examples in the zoning code, and then it has some broader language or similar uses. And that's where we want to make sure that we have something in place, because right now there's ambiguity. Certainly the things that come to staff, like a flower shop or something like that, seems pretty straightforward, but then you get something else that perhaps then you are not sure how to handle, which is where we are today. So we want to make sure to get ahead of that and define how firearm sales are going to be regulated in the city.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes, and just thinking of this, I think it has to do with our community values and the values of the five of us on the dais. And I think we don't have to get it perfect. Obviously you're saying that it's being litigated in other cities and, defining everything and trying to work out all the, the angles. But I think, when we're looking at something that has been demonstrated to be a source of tremendous harm in our society, that we have the obligation to attempt to curtail and to regulate and to control it. And I think that that's where we're starting right now. We don't have to be so obsessed with getting it perfect and getting it right on the first time. So that I just support our attempts here. It's very important to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, if there's no further comment, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Your comments, Mr. Mayor, actually kind of caused me to flash back to my 10-year-old self, where I vividly remember going to my neighbor's house and making ammunition for his father. Kind of a fun little process. And I'm not going to ask this in the form of a question, but more of a statement. Like my understanding is that that's constitutionally protected. I could be wrong, but I'll be curious when it does come back to us to kind of learn about some of these things that are allowed that people can continue to do and can't do. And then my second part of the comment is just to, in response to Councilmember Biala, I think that you're right. We absolutely have a responsibility to kind of regulate some of these adult kind of uses. And, again, I think of other adult uses, and I know that's not part of what we're talking about tonight. But it's interesting to me because in many places, it's actually very common for young people to use guns, right? And it's just different cultural experiences. People have different, opinions about that. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. And again, just want to thank staff for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so do we need a fourth? Yeah, fourth. So can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams.
Hi.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, so that motion passes unanimously with the five of us voting. Thank you very much. And we have another hearing item regarding wildland urban interface. I love the acronym WUI.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Yes, the action before you tonight is to enter an ordinance for introduction. It would amend Title 15 of the Marina Municipal Code to adopt and add the 2025 Part 7 California Wildland Urban Interface Code to the 2025 edition, the California Building Standards Code. So this is like a housekeeping issue. This is when they rewrote the code this year, They rewrite the code every 3 years. This used to be chapter 7 in the building code. And this revision of the code this year, they pulled it out. Now it's part 7, which is like a separate little book of the chapter code. So that's the there's no changes. There we're not changing anything from what we're currently at, but we're adopting the whole code, and we need to have this part 7. I could read it all, but that's really the gist of it.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so let's go to the public. Anyone in the room wishing to speak? Seeing no one standing, let's go to our online audience. Anyone online wishing to speak, please raise your hand. We are opening a public hearing for you if should you wish to speak. All right, seeing no hands going up, let's bring this, we'll close public hearing. Let's bring this back to starting off with Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for bringing this forward. I'm happy to move for approval.
Second. All right, any further comment or question? Thank you to our Chief, Doug McCowan, for bringing this to us. I guess we'll do a roll call, please.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, thank you. That motion passed unanimously. We move on to the compensation plan for executive directors of Marina and Belinda Varela. Thank you, Belinda.
Thank you. As mentioned earlier, we do have a lot of our labor groups coming for MOUs and contracts to be approved by council. Part of that includes compensation for our confidential and unrepresented group, our directors, and our council members. We have set agreements with these groups that are not represented to align with the general unit, which is our UWA group, Utility Workers of America. And they received a 3.5% COLA for 2026, or 2025 and 2026. And part of that requirement requires that we orally report for our director's compensation. So there is a chart in the staff report that indicates the 3.5% increase for all of our directors with the amounts listed there. I don't have anything further. It's a short report. It's the 3.5% increase for those 3 groups. There is a small and minor adjustment to our temporary and part-time position of recreation instructor 1 and 2. And that accounts for minimum wage changes. We had adjusted the schedule to only start those part-time employees at C because the A and B were below minimum wage. And now we're just adjusting the entire schedule to start above minimum wage at step A. So those are the only changes there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Varela, for bringing this to us. Anyone in the public personally want to speak to this issue? Seeing no one rise, let's go online. Anyone online wish to speak to this issue? We're opening no, we're not. We're just opening a public comment. All right, seeing no one raising their hand, we'll close public comment and bring it to City Council. I'll move that we adopt the resolution before us and authorize the staff, including the finance director, to make the appropriate accounting and budgetary entries.
Oh, sorry.
Seconded by Councilmember Biala. Any questions or comments before we go to a vote? Belinda, thank you very much for this work. Let's, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no. So that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And we move on to the Marina Arts Village item. And Ishmael Hernandez is going to walk us through this. Thank you, Ishmael.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This should be a quick report. There's not a whole lot here. This is an update on the Arts Village rehabilitation project. or restabilization. We brought this to council several months ago. It came in, as it says in the staff report, in December, January, and there was a meeting out at the Arts Village to do a site walk and receive public input. And a lot has gone into this, and ultimately, as a group, council decided to partner with Shea Homes to do all the work on the Arts Village project. And we had budgets established, and we got started. So we planned to bring you an update on this about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago. And there was so much going on that, I had multiple staff reports to write or different things. And so this kind of kept getting pushed, and it got pushed a few weeks. And then it was like, well, it's almost done. We might as well just let the project finish and take it all to council. And that's where we are. Shea Homes staff is, if you see any Shea Homes staff on the Arts Village project, they're just doing cleanup and minor things, maybe to just fill time in their day. For the most part, Shea Homes staff is done with their work at the Arts Village project. It has been fully restabilized. We've already received, and that's one of the exhibits in the staff report is, we've received the notice from or the final report from the structural engineer. The building is sound. It's not going anywhere. It's been restabilized. All dry rotted lumber has been replaced. They ended up replacing something like 3 times the amount of lumber that they expected to. They thought they'd replace 60 rafters per section of the building, and that came out to like 140 plus per building. So somehow we were able to stay under budget. We're actually just right under budget. Some of the line items went way over, like the lumber was $200,000 over, but we worked with Shea and we found savings in other lines in other areas, and we're able to keep that cost under the total budget. So all that is good news. It's exciting news. It's painted. It looks good. It's roofed. The gutters are there. One problem we ran into, and this was unforeseeable, termites were found in, nobody saw the termites. They saw the remnants of termites being there. Termite
Frass.
there. Yes.
FRASS. Frass.
And so that presents a problem. We do not see where termites have made any kind of burrowing or damage to any lumber. So personally, I wonder if the termites were not in the lumber that was stacked up in this one area. And after that's been cleaned out and the building cleaned out, we don't see anything. So nothing has been seen since. Nevertheless, to err on the side of the caution and protect our $5 million investment, the portion that we invested and the portion that Shea matched, it just makes a lot of sense to go ahead with termite treatment, something that is that we feel comfortable with, a robust treatment, and this way we don't 5 years from now find out that we have major issues out there. So the Shea Homes and I, they were in communication with me the whole time. They reached out to a few termite contractors and had them come out, and everybody kind of gave their own, because they can't identify the exact termites that caused that or that left the frass behind. The 3 termite pest control companies came out with different treatments. The lowest bid, if you look at the staff report, the lowest bid for $71,000, the chemical that they gave us, there's 2 names there. They told us that they use those 2. That material, we looked it up. It's brought from, I forget where in the world, Japan or China, somewhere over there. I forget which one. And it is not it's an inferior product to what the other two companies propose to use. So our recommendation is to go with the next bid, which is the $83,000. 70 something $1,000 to do the same thing that the first company's doing, but with a better product, and an additional $5,600 that is a physical treatment inside the surface treatment. So it will give us the warranty that we're looking for. It'll give us the protection that we're looking for, and that's really what. In addition to providing you with an update that the building's just about complete, we want to ask council's direction on how you want to. The option is there to wait 6 months and go back and see if there's any more frass or any indication that there's still termites. But yeah, council staff's recommendation is to go with the Monterey Bay Pest Control Company's proposal. So that's all I have. If I apologize for my voice, I lost it. Woke up Sunday morning, it wasn't there. I feel great, but the voice is gone. So
It happens after World Series.
Especially when you're not a Dodgers fan.
Broken monitors, all the whole.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to public comment. Anyone in the building that would have public comment first, we'll go to you. Not seeing anyone here wanting to speak. We'll go online. Anyone online want to comment on this matter? Please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Ishmael, regarding security, any thought on setting up some fencing and what kind of cameras, what's going on with security of the building?
So actually we can ask council for some direction on that if you'd like to discuss it. Right now, what is everything is complete except for electrical components because PG&E has not energized our building. Once PG&E energizes the building, we're looking at exterior cameras for security. We're looking at access. This is something that Shay is willing to do, but it would be an extra cost to us, like access gates, whether we have a key code to get in or, it just depends on what our preferences are. The building is secure. The access gate would prevent vehicles from driving in, but people would still be able to walk in, of course. Cameras are being put in and there's some lighting, good amount, a sufficient amount of lighting. It's not, the whole property is not going to be lit up, but there's lights, 2 lights on each side of the, each section. So 6 on one side, 6 on the other. And that will be installed as soon as PG&E does their portion.
All right, just thinking out loud, do you have a ballpark, very rough estimate how much it would cost to chain link fence it?
If we wanted to chain link that property, based on projects I've worked on, I would assume $300,000-$400,000.
Okay, and then ballpark, if it gets tagged on, every couple months it gets tagged.
Yeah.
How much per year would that be?
So
Keep it clean.
if it gets tagged once, what we would do is, what we'll do is we'll ask Shay for a bucket of the matching paint so we can have that in-house. And anytime it gets tagged, we would not just, for example, if someone were Bruce on the side of the building, we wouldn't just take a brush and cover Bruce. We'd paint a larger area. So that's a very small costs. 5 gallons of paint is about $150, $180. And that's going to last a while. The time it takes to cover that is minimal. You just walk right up, your machine's ready to go, spray it and walk back out. It could be a 30-minute job tops. So it's not a huge issue or burden as long as it's not weekly or bi-weekly or something like that.
Okay. What's the harm in checking for termite sign every couple months? And if you don't see any, you save, $80,000.
There's no harm in that whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah, we've discussed that option.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we did a termite inspection before we started in this, right? So you're suggesting that you don't see it anymore after you remove the log of whatever is stored there, right?
Yeah, if you remember, as we got in at the north end of the building, we walked south when we did the site walk, and you get to the fourth building, and that's where there was just, it looked like lumber and I mean, from my recollection, tables, chairs, there was just a lot of wood piled like somebody was playing Tetris. They just fit it all together perfectly, and it was jam packed up to the roof. So the termite inspection was able to see everything except the areas where that lumber was. So once all of that was pulled out and cleaned, they saw two areas. One was on a wall and one was on one of the posts, and it was just the frass, the remnants of termites being there. It looks like sawdust, almost like a pile of sawdust. We couldn't find where a termite had burrowed into the wood. So my assumption is just that the termites were in the wood that was there.
It's not an infestation, and then waiting 2 months is not gonna.
It doesn't look like it, and waiting 2 months is not going to be a big deal. But if we waited too long and there was something there, it's doing damage the whole time.
Right.
But if we wanted to wait a couple of months and revisit this, we could. The only issue with waiting is that it's easier to do this before PG&E does the hookup and before we have lights and cameras and things installed on the outside, because the tent then has to be configured around that.
Okay, you had sort of said 5 million, and I was wondering about that figure because we basically were talking about a split between Dunes and us is basically 2.6.
Yeah,
So where did 5 million come?
you're correct. I in my head I doubled the number. Yeah, it's 2.6. Yeah.
Okay, so okay, good. Because that is one of my concerns, is that this was just going to be a holding place for a building that we probably couldn't get to financially or staff time until we get some other things done that we really direly need. So when we start with this idea that it's 2.6 and now we're going to add 80,000, and my thought is, and we're going to do a chain link fence, and then we're going to have security, and then we're going to, so I just feel like I'm really wary of us having committed to this and find out there are all other kinds of expenses that are going to be needed. And since we've embarked on this, and it was with the approval of this council, but to then say continually adding on more expenses really troubles me. And I want to know, in your opinion, are we faced with another million or so? It can easily add up depending on what happens.
The building is pretty new, and actually once PG&E gives us electricity and the lights are installed, I've talked to Shay about having another site walk, whether it's an official meeting or just letting council and certain members go. If you walk through it now and see all the new lumber there's nothing whatsoever that needs to be done for, at least till we're all retired.
But not even structurally, if you think of any other large expenses that we're going to have to put into this.
The only expenses I can think of is things that would be elective.
Security. No, security wouldn't necessarily be elective if there's vandalism.
We are doing security with the cameras, and that is going in. But yeah, if we wanted to fence it, that would be an additional expense.
Okay, and then both of the fencing and even the termite stuff, are we sharing it with the Dunes? Who is paying for all of this?
For the termites, maybe Lane has a better answer, but
if the council was interested in doing the termites, we would certainly approach the Dunes and ask them to share the cost with that. See if they're willing to do that.
And also things like fencing and all of that. Can we assume that it's a joint venture for us?
The fencing is a huge cost.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked with them. I don't think that they didn't think that fencing is that area is really developing really quickly. All of First Avenue, there's going to be homes all along there. they're going to be looking out over that. As you saw with the MST presentation, they're already working on the transit center down that south end, and on the north end, more and more people are walking along there. And so we're going to have it lighted. And so I think there's going to be a lot more activity in that area. One thing in addition to the alarms, and Chief McCown can talk a little bit more, I think there are also going to be some heat, some type of heat alarms and things like that. So, and that's already built into the budget.
Yes, that's correct. They were looking at possibly putting smoke detectors inside, just even though the building would be sealed up, but because of the in use, the dust could set false alarms. So they put heat detectors in there. So if something does happen in there, we'll have an early warning.
But that's not a big cost. So,
No.
yeah, so I'm just concerned really with the big.
Before I sat down, I wanted to ask, wanted him to stay so I could.
Okay, you want to ask? Okay.
Yeah, on the smoke alarms, are they going to be attached to the fire department or are they just sounding off?
They'll go to a central station, and so they'll notify and then we'll get called.
If there's a false alarm, then we have to fine ourselves.
Yeah. By myself. And also, you know, because I did a site visit the other day looking at a final, and, you know, so we're having Knox box put on, so we have a key to get the doors, and look, and I did a full walk all the way through it, and it's cleaned up in there. Looks really good.
Okay. And I just want to express my opinion that 80,000 seems like a lot of money. So if we don't need to do it, I would prefer us to say we don't rush in right now and spend 80,000 when in 2 months we could find that we don't need it. It wasn't caused by something internally. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilor McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand that additional expenses can arise during construction. And for me, when initially we talked about this, which I call the shed, now it's the most expensive shed in Monterey County, I expressed concerns about priority. Building is not my priority, and investing millions of dollars into a building with no defined use, that I think is going to be an attractive nuisance. So for me, I'm just not able to support this or any increase just out of that priority, because it can just bulldoze into another $1 million if we add on all these other things. So until there's like a defined use, or we know what's happening with the building, we could just keep dumping money into it. And I'm not at liberty to do that, especially when, you know, which park needs $7 million?
The city park at the
Dunes. City Park at the Dunes, right? So we have a $7 million deficit to finish that park, and we're supposed to be celebrating the design. So for me, I'm just not able to support any additional investment in the shed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the report. And I think it's a beautiful shed. It's the longest shed in Monterey County or in California. And so I'm very grateful that it has been stabilized. And I would like to thank Shay as well and our staff, because like I've said it before, I'm grateful that previous decision makers stabilized the sports building and the aquatic building, because Marina would never get a sports complex or recreation and aquatic center like that if that hadn't been stabilized. I do agree, if we can not spend the 80,000 or the 80 something thousand, can our own staff do those inspections to check for termites? Just by visual?
We would probably call somebody to take a look at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the cost is for that, but
No, they'll come out and take a look at it for next to nothing.
nothing sounds good. So, because if we do that regularly, because of course we don't want to risk losing the building or having to spend more. I do have one question about the reports, because I understand if there will be unexpected cost for termites. I do understand that. And if Shay will be willing to split, that would be nice. But the report says this cost along with potential additional stabilization measures, such as further modifications or structural reinforcements. What did you mean with that?
I may have sent Lane earlier version because I do remember removing that. So yeah, there is nothing further that needs to be done.
Good. Well, and I'm sorry that I didn't send in my questions before. I ran out of time.
Yeah, I apologize for that too. But no, Shay's work is done. There's no further structural work that needs to be done. All we need is for PG&E to finish their work, and then lights and security will be installed, and it's done.
And I also think that we should not look into fencing unless if it turns out that it's necessary. I hope that people will respect this beautiful building, and as soon as there's any graffiti, then it needs to be painted over.
Yeah, pretty soon we're going to have homeowners that paid $2 million for their homes looking at it, and they'll let us know if there's graffiti on it.
We can give them a brush.
Yeah.
We do have space to store some paint there. Yeah. So I just want to thank you. I'm just very happy that it has been stabilized. Oh, and by the way, that building with all those the desks, you know, the wood that was stored inside, those buildings have been removed. Those are buildings 4 and 5. So I hope that your theory still is okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There was something in this along this wall. I don't.
Also, yeah.
Yeah. When I went there and looked at it and saw the remnants from termites, gosh, my mind is I'm getting, you know, the gray is causing me trouble. But Shay's staff they did point out to me the things that they had to remove out of that room, and I do remember it was definitely lumber.
There was stuff everywhere, but those 2 southern buildings, those were the ones
those were the ones that were completely packed.
So thank you very much.
Ishmael, do you know realistically the PG&E timeline that in which they'll do their work?
With PG&E, no. They could tell me next week and I wouldn't. Yeah, no.
So it could be a couple months, could be a couple weeks.
Right now, our hope is December. But yeah, okay. I don't know. It's that's what we've been told. December, January. So.
Okay. I'll motion that well, let me ask our city manager, is 10G1 something we need to do tonight? Agreement with Shay regarding the linear park?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll motion that we go to finish these 2 items, 13B and 10G1.
I'll second.
Any comment before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That motion passed unanimously. So I'd like to motion that we direct staff to periodically according to their expertise, check for termite sign and not to spend termite abatement expense until it's shown that they're still there. And, maybe come back to us start of next year with the first visit post report.
A second.
All right. And then for discussion, I think it'd be good to get the gate, especially if Shay's willing to help with the expense of the gate.
We'll talk to Shay about that.
Because I think stopping vehicles is going to stop a lot of partying and other kind of, desires to get in there.
Yeah.
You have to walk in at night. It's not as fun as getting in.
Yeah. There's a gate now. It's just never locked. So, yeah.
You mentioned earlier gates with access codes. So it sounded like kind of a more official kind of gate, not just a chain link.
We can. The last gate I did was about $30,000. So, my guess is you're looking at 35, 40.
Split in half. Yes.
Or maybe just put a lock on there with the numbers that how much is that? I mean, that's what Shay does everywhere. And that seems to
Yeah.
work a
Yeah,
lot cheaper.
yeah, oftentimes you can squeeze through and, but
Not
okay,
with a car.
enough said. We'll hear back in January.
Yeah.
All right. So any final comments?
I have a
Councilmember
comment, but
McCarthy?
could you repeat the motion?
Your motion is to direct staff to periodically look for termite sign, depending on their expertise of how often that should be, and then come back to us in January with the first post site visit report.
Could I potentially make an amendment just to direct staff to research some DIY solutions? I think there are some out there that would be helpful and fruitful, boron treatments, that would also prevent mold and rot, kind of an added benefit, but just do some research. And if it's, if it's something that you think is feasible, then I don't think it's terribly expensive.
Sure, we can look into that.
Okay, so I'll modify my motion to add Councilmember McCarthy suggested that staff look into potential do-it-yourself or other simpler abatement
Remedies, yeah.
actions that could be taken.
Second holds.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Brian. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no. All right. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. And we go to something we're going to give Brian McCarthy the first crack at, 10G1, about the agreement with Shay regarding improvements within the linear park.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a couple comments. First, a question. I did read the agreement. I'm curious, was this an agreement that was drafted by Shay and given to the city, or who wrote the agreement?
That is correct. The agreement was actually, predates my time. There are actually, I think, a couple agreements from 2021 and 2023 that we use this template. We use the template from those agreements.
Okay. So I guess I'm just gonna enter my own opinion into it. I mean, I would ask the city staff to, let's just be careful, right? When we're accepting an agreement from somebody who writes it that also benefits from it. I just think we really need to be careful with that. In fact, I think we probably just need to not do it. But just getting more deeper into the item, first, I want to thank Shay for being willing to even kind of entertain this. I do think it's a huge benefit for the city. I think that there are some great things that can come out of it. However, I feel compelled to kind of discuss the concept of this linear park, right? The specific plan calls for this robust linear park system that, has all these features. A prior city council before I got on decided to shorten it from, I think it was 100 feet to 70 feet. I wasn't part of that, so I don't feel like I'm in a position to really argue whether that was good or bad for the city. But I do think the agreement, as I read it, limits the city a little bit more than it should. And so I had a really brief discussion with the city attorney. I think that there's an opportunity to put some language in there that allows the city, actually the language already allows the city to terminate, but it doesn't really go into detail about what that process looks like. And I think that puts the city in a bad position. Look, the reality is 50 years from now, Shay's not going to likely be around. We're not going to be around. Things are going to be different. And the city may want to change the features that are there. The agreement as written doesn't seem to easily allow that. And so what I would ask is maybe if the council agrees, we can tentatively approve it tonight if the city can kind of hear our general direction and make some rewrites in coordination with Shay.
If I can just quickly respond. So just to mention the earlier agreements from 2021 and 2023, we have been trying to get some changes in that provide greater clarity around some of these issues that you raise. So we can certainly, if there's specific direction to address finer points, we can go back and see if we can draft some language to address those concerns. But get authority tonight if that's the council's desire.
Yeah, I think if I can just continue to illustrate my bigger concerns is that, this robust linear park system is now described as a median with some landscaping elements. And I just want to make sure that this continues in perpetuity to be a city park that city people can use, that the city has some authority over. I understand it's going to remain our land, but by filing these deed restrictions that run with the land, it's a very powerful instrument that kind of appears to have the city give up some of its, more of its rights than I think the city should be doing. Again, I'm grateful that Shay is willing to kind of partner with the city in this. And I'm sure they're going to have some, some comments about what we talk about tonight, but I can foresee a situation, for example, where 20 years from now, the city wants to put a memorial fountain, right? And the HOA says, heck no, we're not doing that because, and I would understand why they would want to say that, but that's why we need to have a process and a vehicle to say, okay, well, we're terminating the agreement. We're going to take over whatever the case may be. And right now that process isn't spelled out in the agreement.
Okay. City Attorney, do you have any more input? Okay. On page 2, under paragraph 6, it talks about, in the middle of that paragraph, median association transfer date as to the private improvement within the city-owned median right-of-way property. So my question is, what part, if any, of this is the city going to own and when? So that the city would have control over it if it's the owner, unless this document prohibits the owner from doing things, even though it's the owner.
So the city is not giving up. The owner here is defined as Shay. Once the city is defined as city. So the city owns a right of way. And I guess just what was your
Okay,
specific question?
so if the city owns the median right-of-way property, is that synonymous with the linear park that you were thinking that's 70 feet wide?
Yes, so what will happen is the improvements that are then installed by Shay, subsequently transferred to the homeowners association, will be maintained by the homeowner association. And that's what this agreement is intended to provide. The city, the right-of-way will remain the city's. So the city isn't transferring any of its rights with respect to the right-of-way.
Okay, so if the city owns a 70-foot right-of-way, what can the city do and what is the city not able to do?
I mean, that's a pretty broad question. I mean, you're talking about whether we need to, for example, condemn it and take it back. That would certainly.
Or put in fountains, modify the
Right.
design.
So that there is some greater clarity that could come in that we can have in this agreement around issues like that.
Okay.
Certainly that hasn't been contemplated when entering into this agreement. It was really to transfer responsibility for the maintenance of what is being installed today.
Right. So I can see how the city might want to modify this piece of property due to circumstances that come up that we're not thinking very, very much about right now. And if we're not able to do what we want because of this agreement, it'd be good if this agreement was changed so that the city had the right to.
Yes, and we've been trying to negotiate some of those changes. I think part of it is that there's a template that we've started from that didn't have some of this language. And so those are already done, approved, signed, recorded. Right. So now as I've become involved, I've been trying to get some greater clarity around some of these issues.
Okay, is there any reason why we have to pass this tonight before you do
I think what
another?
would be helpful is to get specific direction. If that's one of the points, to make sure that the city maintains control going forward at some point, and there's provisions under which the city can do that. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, so specific, I'm sorry, City Manager Lane Long?
The Dunes really has to start getting these fees figured out for the HOA, and so they're in kind of a crunch right now, and so they kind of need some direction from us, and so their preference is to approve it. But if we can get some direction, if there were some points of the contract that you wanted Renee to work and see if we could get some things strengthened up, that would be ideal.
So specifically, if what I would want is if the city wanted to make physical changes to the property in the future as the owner of the right of way, that they should be able to at its own cost. More lighting, different lighting, less lighting. different kind of fencing, something, anything that we'd want to do to it due to community needs. I'd like to maintain that. And this is an example of an agreement coming to us that we don't have a lot of time to sign. That's not usually a good sign either. So yeah, that would be mine, and I'll open it up to others. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, this kind of is reminiscent for me of some other issues that we struggle with, that if we plan for projects, if we invest in maintaining, invest in implementing, but an owner of the property says no to us. I mean, so this is the reverse situation we're arguing now, that as the owner, even though Shay may be paying for the design and the execution of, the park, et cetera, then we want to be able to say, no, we've got a different idea. So, I can understand both, because we're finding ourselves on the opposite side in another scenario. So just want us to think about that. If they invest in all of the things that, they haven't so far done anything unsightly, or, I think that in essence, they've spent a lot of effort in planning and designing and stuff. And now we want them to sign something that says, but we can undo everything when we haven't invested in anything. So I just want to be cautious about that. That's my thought about it. Thank you.
I think the bigger concern in the future with this is because these linear parks really are part of their overall park plan. So they have parks all throughout their development, and their HOA maintains the parks. With the original agreement, when it was 100 feet, when it was narrowed down to 70 feet, the reason was the cost of the maintenance. It was huge. And as we discussed that with council, that was the driving reason of allowing that to come from 100 feet down to 70 feet. But the plan always was the city would never be able to build and afford that. That was an amenity of the project that's really part of its park system. And so it was always planned that the HOA would maintain that. I think the greater problem down the road is going to be a future HOA 20, 30 years. They're going to say, we don't want to keep on putting all this money into it. And they're going to want to not have nearly as nice of a park. And then that becomes the question, is that, and how much do we want to build in the city and there to be able to push back on the HOA? And I think that gets to be where the problem is, because it's really that's an amenity of their park system, even though it's in our right of way, because it's in the road.
Okay. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for bringing this up, because I do realize 30 years from now, or even shorter already, in 10 years, the HOA the board will be homeowners, and they will decide. Shay will no longer be on the board. So I agree that we need to think about this. Can they do whatever they like, or can we include that any plan needs to be approved by the city, by the council or the planning commission, and even removing elements and the level of maintenance? Yeah, I think there's a lot to think about. So thank you very much, Councilmember McCarthy, for alerting us.
All right. Thank you. Elizabeth, let's go first to our city attorney and then to Councilman McAdams.
So just to answer one point, question you made, that there is language now. If there are material alterations to the private improvements, then they do have to come back to council for approval. So if it's anything other than sort of what's out there or what's being installed. So to that, on that, there is some language that would potentially require them to come back to the city if they're going to do anything different.
Thank you.
Can you speak to the quality of maintenance and the expense of maintenance, and in the current agreement, what role the city has in?
So the idea is for Shay to maintain this property once they reach a point at which they've sold, I guess, a certain number of homes, it becomes a homeowner association responsibility to maintain those improvements. And that's the whole purpose of the agreement.
So my question was trying to drill into what this one thing Lisbeth said, which is how does this agreement ensure that the level of maintenance that begins is the level of maintenance that is required to continue?
So it does refer to other documents, which I've taken a look at, which are the CCNRs, the covenants, conditions and restrictions, which are recorded for homeowners associations. It does require them to maintain to the level that they need to maintain the common areas for the homeowners association. So it can't be any less than whatever they need, responsibility they already have to maintain the common areas. That is the area that is maintained by the homeowners association.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams and then McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. It sounds to me like there's more that needs to be done besides one added sentence or something. So, I'm not really comfortable approving this, as it is. And also for me, so had you reviewed this before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. I would encourage that the city sort of get out of the business of just letting people draft their own agreements. I do think that, of course, they have their own interest, whoever is authoring it, versus, looking out for the city. So that would just be a general comment. And I mean, I'm happy to go with the council majority if everybody feels comfortable and they understand this, but I certainly don't. So I would prefer to have a little more time and have this come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Let's go to Councilor McCarthy and then Viola.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, just to kind of address Councilmember Vischer's comment about or what the city attorney said, yes, if the responsible party wants to make changes, they come to the city, but there's really no mechanism if the city wants to make changes, which is ironic, right? Because the city owns the land. Just a couple more comments. I think that maybe some potential language, and I support that if this needs to come back, I think that's the right thing to do, but maybe potential language says if the city wants to make changes that create an expense for the HOA, the city will, be the burden of that expense. I wish that we use the word park a little bit more and not median. I mean, this is intended to be a city park. And I will remind you that we have made changes to every single city park in this city in the last 50 years. What makes you think that we wouldn't want to do that in the next 50 years, right? Things change, right? Amenities change. The desires of our population change. Technology changes. That's right. So, the last thing I'll say is I'm also trying to put myself in the shoes of an HOA member. And if I was an HOA member with this agreement before me and the city said, I want to do X, Y, and Z, and we had that agreement signed and recorded on the deed, right, as is, I would say, pound sand, we have an agreement here, right? So, again, I just think about when Shay's gone and who knows what the makeup of the HOA is in 20 years. I just see a lot of problems down the road. So I think there's a little bit of cleanup that can happen and we can continue to iteratively improve, these agreements. But I think this is an opportunity to get started. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Viola.
Yeah, and Councilmember McCarthy first started to talk about the termination clause. So I don't know if that's something that you would want to see lessened, and so that it can be renewed again and stuff. But also, city manager just let us know that the issue was the cost of maintenance. So let's say that we said you're not maintaining it, or we want you to maintain it better, and the HOA says, we don't have the money, and so take it back. Be my guest. You spend the money for the maintenance, and then now we're stuck with a park in which we can't afford to maintain, or whatever other scenarios that. So I just want to be cautious that we're not going to pose it as, as they're trying to take advantage of us. We're getting some benefit in this too, and that I don't want to see us jeopardize that benefit and end up for the sake of us owning the land, now having to assume huge amounts of money that we don't want to expend. So we know that scenario. That is exactly the debate at Lock Padden Park too. So just to be cautious that it's not a one-way deal. Because we're the owners doesn't mean that, that making our demands and our needs met is beneficial to us. So just to caution the city attorney that when we look at this, that we're not cutting off our nose to spite our face, okay? So, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem in just a moment. Mayor Pro Tem is aware that there were some HOA members that wanted to gate a park at the dunes to prohibit non-residents of the dunes from getting into the park. And so this linear park, median right of way, I see it as a community asset, and HOA members may see it as part of their neighborhood, for them. And so that's an example, if in the future, in 10 years, the HOA wants to fence it off so that outsiders can't get in, then the city would essentially be losing access to a community benefit where we want people to walk from one end to the other to get to the theater and back, a long linear park. So what in this document would prohibit the HOA from changing the on-the-ground setup to the community's detriment in order, so what would prevent that sort of thing?
Well, you've got paragraph 8 that says if the responsible party, in this case, it would be the HOA, makes any material alteration to the private improvements, excluding typical maintenance, the responsible party shall gain approval from the city prior to completing such material alterations and obtain necessary permits.
Okay. And then to Brian McCarthy's point, what in this document would allow the city to make material alterations at the city's expense?
That is not spelled out in the document.
Okay. So if the council agrees, I think that's one thing that we should look at. I don't know if we should gain the approval of the HOA first so that it was even Steven with 8 and our own paragraph. What does council think about that? Okay, we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you. I realized that I didn't read the whole thing, which I usually do. I stopped at number 7 last night. So now I found what our city attorney said in item 8, paragraph 8. But when I read it runs with the land, that's a good thing because we do want future owners or users to be required to keep maintaining it. It will be similar to the city park at Sea Haven. My question is this different, probably for the city attorney or the city manager, is this different than the pocket parks at the dunes? Or is that are those owned by the HOA or is that the same are those city owned? I thought.
No.
Those are different, eh?
Those are not on city property.
See, okay. Then I understood that. Because I also wanted to comment that we need to make sure that this is always open to the public. And that it's very clear that it is a city park. Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just say, from my perspective, it's not the end of the world if we have to maintain this. It's not going to break the bank. Maybe it's just a trail for 50 years and not much more. I mean, that's not what I would want. I don't think that's what homeowners and the dunes want. And so I think this is a win-win where we can all kind of come together and negotiate the language just to be a little bit more clear. But yeah, if we had to just maintain it and make it bare bones, we could do that. That's my perspective. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Brian. Let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's often that HOAs do like to maintain it because they can maintain it at the standard that they have, like the 9th Street landscaping next to the equestrian trail that's being maintained by the Dunes HOA, although it's city property. So, but yeah, we were thinking about future when we are no longer here and how other people will handle it.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. I just got up to ask when the hand was raised. There's a hand that's been raised by Doug Yount. Council, City Attorney, if we hear this, do we have to open up to public comment, everyone?
So whether you want to hear, yes, if you want to hear public comment, I think you should open it up.
Council, it's getting kind of late. Do you prefer to open up public comment?
I would like to open up public comment.
Yes. All right, we're going to reopen public comment, starting with folks in the room. I don't see anyone rising, so we'll go online to Doug Yount. Welcome, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening.
Thank you for continuing with this item, given the late hour. Appreciate it. I know Shay appreciates it. I think the real issue here is one. I think it's important to move forward with this agreement. I think if you want to give tonight, if you want to give direction, obviously to staff or to the city attorney to, for certain modifications or additions to that, maybe that direction could be given. It's important to continue to move this forward. This agreement is, as I understand it, is similar, identical to 3 or 4 agreements that have been adopted previously by the council for HOA maintained improvements in city public right of way, which is as you know, significant benefit to the city. This is an expensive park down the linear park. All the portions of the park, but particularly this portion, as well as the right of way portion of the right of way on 2nd Avenue, and the fact that the council is has the opportunity here to have homeowners an additional expense maintain it for perpetuity is actually quite not unheard of, but a little more unique, and then obviously lessens any sort of fiscal impact there may be from developments. Obviously, not only are the improvements paid for by the developer, but the improvements are maintained by the homeowners. It's actually a very good deal for the city, in my experience, and it's also a situation where I think if the city wanted to make modifications to the improvements that are there, it would just be, I think, a matter of approaching the HOA and asking them in that regard. I mean, you're going to have a community that's very interested in wanting to maintain the high level of improvements that are going in, and it's sort of self-policing in that regard. You saw that on 9th Street, that the HOA stepped in and said, we'll maintain it at our expense going forward. So I think you have every assurance then that the community, the Dunes community in that area will want to maintain those improvements at a high level going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Anyone else wishing to comment, please raise your hand. All right, let's go to Tommy Bolea. Good evening, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I mean, it sounds like you guys are sharing favors between the developer and the city to get these projects done using taxpayer dollars, in a sense, and we're splitting the costs to make these things come a reality, which we all probably will never see. Time is going to go by and we won't see it, but maybe some of us will. But eventually it's going to be a power play against the HOA and city-owned land. I mean, it's kind of like, they're going to put up a cyclone fence. Well, wait a minute, I put in tax dollars, but it doesn't seem fair, but I can see the HOA taking over something. And then there's a fence and members only. I don't know. I think you guys are thinking so far down the road. My gosh, think about today and maybe a year from now. But you guys are thinking so far down the road. Laws are going to change. Supreme Court decisions are going to be heard. I mean, there's going to be so many things that are going to change things. There's going to be HOA, Supreme Court rulings. We won't even see all that. I mean, you're so far down the road, and just complete the project. If the land transfers, it's probably going to be under HOA control, and they're going to run the whole thing. And they're going to put up a fence. And I predict, the way I see it, the only access into Fort Ord Beach is through 2nd Avenue. I understand that. You know, eventually there will be a gate, and it's going to be members only. It's going to almost be like a Pebble Beach. We're taking care of it. It's HOA controlled now. You stay out, members only. You know, okay, if that's the way it's going to be, but we're spending today's tax dollars, our tax dollars into it, and I won't even be able to get in there. I mean, I enjoy going to Fort Ord Beach, but with my bicycle, but now it's with everything ripped up, it's almost become isolated. Only the people that live there can cross that bridge and go to the beach. I mean, if that's the way you want it, that's fine. I understand. They're paying a lot of property taxes. They're paying HOA fees. I understand. They want security. They want gates. Well, but we're spending our tax dollars. That's my point. But think about today, not tomorrow. Just work on today's problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. Let's go to Mike Mueller.
All right. I didn't think I was going to say anything tonight, but when I heard Tommy Balea, I haven't heard him in a long time. Welcome back, Tommy. I kind of read through this thing. I don't know what this, I don't know what the worry is about the HOA locking out the public. I don't know how that's legally possible unless I didn't read something correct. So it seems to me the smartest thing to do is, well, why would the city want to take on any responsibility for maintaining this linear park when it will always remain public? I think we have enough trouble with taking on maintenance, you know, expensive maintenance, you know, responsibilities with all the stuff is being built. We have enough parks that we have to maintain ourselves. So if you have an opportunity to let an HOA dues pay for this linear park, I'm not really seeing what the problem is. Maybe I missed something, but that's my 2 cents. And good night.
Thank you, Mike. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Bring it back to City Council. Councilmember Biala.
Yes, in order to make a decision about this tonight, it seems to me that the major issue is to somehow have a more balanced agreement in which the possibility of the idea of improvements that are generated from the city be also added into the agreement. So can the city attorney draft some phrase that would be, you know, we would be able to incorporate that? So it, you know, because it seems like all the other things have been somewhat resolved that I can hear that it's covered in some way. So we would never have fences. We would always be, you know, left with this,
Yeah,
city park.
so this remains a city right of way, so
Right,
it's
so
still
it's
city
not
property.
right.
So I think that is probably less of concern in
Right.
terms of someone at the HOA
Right.
gating it.
Right.
So,
But the issue of somehow the city asserting its role in
so yeah, so there could be greater clarity. For example, if you wanted to approve it tonight, but just provide greater clarity around what the city can do. For example, I think there was one suggestion that if the city wanted to make changes to the improvements, what would that process look like?
yes, I think that's
If
the
the
one
city wanted
issue.
to terminate the agreement or the HOA was not maintaining the improvements, then what's the process
Right.
around that
Right.
issue? I think those two things
Me too.
there could be some clarity around that.
Yes.
And so you could approve it tonight with
With-
direction to
Okay.
include provisions that
Clarification
address
of
those
those
2
two.
points.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher and then McCarthy.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be okay with it if those two things are addressed. And just for clarity, we all want the HOA to maintain this. We just want some control for the city. So that's it. We were not thinking about taking the maintenance, letting the city maintain this. No way. Thank you.
All right. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll take a stab, Mr. Mayor. I'll be honest, 30 seconds ago, I was thinking about just making a motion to have the language come back in 2 weeks because I'm reminded that I had pulled this item and, the week before, there's been a lot of time to discuss it. And I'm always get nervous when we kind of try to craft stuff on the dais and don't actually see what we're approving. But in good faith, I will make a motion that we just give general direction to our city attorney to encompass the concerns that you've heard, ensure that there's an exit strategy in the language, that that there's a process by which the city can determine if changes need to be made, that can be done. And then happy to accept any friendly amendments, but that if those two things are done, that the city manager execute the agreement.
I second.
I heard the first thing. I wasn't sure what the second thing was.
Second thing was if the city wants to make changes to its land, to its park, that there's a clear process by which they can negotiate that with the responsible party, which would be the HOA.
Is that changes and improvements? I mean, how do you say what it is that we want to assert? Is that when we want to say that if the city wants to make changes or improvements, that there is a process by which that is enacted with the HOA?
I think there's a question for the attorney, right?
Yeah, no, I was looking at you.
Sorry. Yeah, so there is some language in the agreement. I mean, the HOA is already required to come to the city if they're going to make any material alterations. I think we probably would just kind of say the same thing where if the city was going to propose material alterations to the improvements, they'd gain the approval of the HOA.
And if we can't figure it out, then we go to the exit strategy, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And not part of my motion, but for clarity, I should hope that we come to an agreement, this gets signed, 50 years goes by, it's not a problem, right? And that's what I envision. But I think our job is to plan for the worst case scenario sometimes. And we've seen time and time again that happens. And I don't want people telling my kids 30 years from now, hey, your dad, whatever. I don't have kids. My dog, I guess. Your dad did this to the park. It's your fault. So,
Yeah. Okay. My second holds, if we're going to kind of use the language that the attorney has suggested.
Okay, so this is for the new Brian. I would like to hear the motion restated
thank you.
or put on the screen,
Okay, sure. Where's our, Guido's not here. So I move that we direct the city manager and city attorney to execute the agreement if changes can be made, then incorporate an exit strategy for the city, should it become necessary, and a process by which the city can make changes to the improvements.
I think you said material changes.
Material changes to the improvements in negotiations with the responsible party. And as part of my motion, I would urge the city attorney to use, the appropriate legal language for what we're trying to accomplish there.
Second still holds.
Okay. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. So that motion passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And I think we are adjourned. Thank you, staff, for a long night. I told my partner we'd be done by 8.